Chapter 1403. Where did Jiang Wang go? Lin Yuxi suddenly asked. Jing Shangming, who was reciting the Emperor's Grace, was stunned. Huh! I asked, where did Jiang Wang go? Do you know? Jing Shangming pursed his lips and said, he left Qi. Thus, everyone fell silent. An intense battle had just ended. The result of the battle was victory. The young man named Lingyue in the great illusionary land was still frowning. He was very dissatisfied with himself. Although he won, it was not easy. His current ranking was only 5th in the great illusionary land. Stabilizing in the top 10 was a hurdle. Stabilizing in the top 5 was another hurdle. And if he wanted to be number 1 in the great illusionary land, he had to be better than the others. He had just entered the top 5, and he already felt very strong resistance. And some people had already been number 1 in the great illusionary land for a long time, looking down on the other heroes. Now, they were already moving toward the number 1 in the outer great illusionary land. There were some objective reasons for this, such as the rapid expansion of the great illusionary land, more and more cultivators participating in it, and more powerhouses appearing, causing the competition for the inner palace rankings to become increasingly fierce. But he was not a person who would find excuses for himself. In particular, some people's number 1 was the number 1 in the entire main world, the Tianjiao land. In fact, he was the first in the history of the world. He had no excuse to find. The more young Master Lingyue thought about it, the more dissatisfied he became. He wanted to fight a few more battles, but he glanced and saw a familiar paper crane flying over. Humph! He snorted coldly and stood on the sword discourse arena. He planned to ignore it like before. But after thinking about it, he felt that he did not need to be too petty. Forget it, let's see what some people are talking about. He walked down the sword discourse arena and reached out to grab the paper crane. Reading the letter, he saw that the words were, Brother Shu, don't worry. The matter with Qi is over. I have come east with my sword. I will definitely teach you the number 1 in the Mountain Sea realm. What a mess! Zhuguangshu curled his lips and muttered, the Mountain Sea realm is not a place to compete for rankings. Holding the letter, he paused for a moment, then laughed coldly and wrote, the quota for the Mountain and Sea realm is extremely precious. You said earlier that you wouldn't come, but I've already agreed. At this point, he paused, reached out to erase it and wrote again, you don't have to come. Could it be that the Zhua clan of Great Chu can't find a Tianjiao that can help us? Don't think that you are truly invincible. The tip of the pen paused on the word invincible. For a moment, he felt that his words were not very convincing. Then, he thought that Jiang Qingyang wasn't actually that bad. He really did have something to do before. Forget it. He sighed, erased all the above words and wrote magnanimously, if you really want to participate, I'll help you think of a way. He put away the brush and let the paper crane fly away. The sword discourse arena was still not far away, but Zhuguangshu had already lost the mood to train his battle skills. With a thought, he had already left the great illusionary land with a cold expression. The servants of Great Chu's Huai public house only saw their handsome young master in a blue robe running around the house. Grandfather! 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 The old master thought that something had happened. He stepped out of the study and asked with concern, what's wrong? Change people, Zhuguangshu said, as if he was cutting gold and breaking jade. Jiang Wang left Linzi alone and didn't look back. He only stopped in Qingyang town for half a day to check on the situation of the fief. He gave Dugu Xiao some pointers on her cultivation and told her to be more careful during this period of time. Then, he continued to head west. The emperor had already made a promise. How he would deal with it was up to the emperor. He had already done what he could. Now, he had to quickly leave and avoid the limelight so that he wouldn't be an eyesore to some people. After all, the current empress had been the master of the harem for so many years. If she was really angry and wanted to kill someone, how many people in the court could resist? He only heard when he was leaving that the crown prince had become a god and officially crossed the lifespan limit. From then on, he had a golden body and jade marrow, and was the most respected person. According to the etiquette, the officials would congratulate him with national gift. The crown prince could have become a god long ago, but he slowed down again and again, which showed that he was stable. But he just had to become a god at this time. What did this mean? It meant that when Jiang Wang went to the Deer Palace to meet the emperor, the crown prince was also nervous. In other words, the crown prince deliberately showed this kind of nervousness. This was tantamount to saying that he now knew the truth of what happened back then. On the surface, the crown prince chose to become a god at this time to urgently increase his bargaining chip to resist the political storm that might happen next. But in fact, he didn't choose to distance himself from it and didn't show that he knew nothing about what happened back then. Then, this bargaining chip was actually added to the empress, a crown prince who hadn't done anything wrong for many years and now even made up for his shortcomings in cultivation. What could he be criticized for? This was a responsibility for his mother. A crown prince of the Eastern Palace who broke the lifespan limit was already qualified to support the empress, but perhaps this was precisely what the emperor wanted to beat. How the emperor would beat the crown prince, Jiang Wang naturally didn't know. But it was clear that he had offended the crown prince this time, and he had already offended him badly. Rather than waiting for trouble to come to him in Linzi, it was better to take advantage of the emperor's handling of old matters and the court to slip away. At the same time, he could fulfill his earlier agreement with Zhuo Guangxu and see the heroes of Chu. He could also go to the mountain and sea realm and experience the graceful bearing of Huang Weizhen, who had left her name in history. There were many old friends in Linzi. If he didn't say goodbye, he would avoid hurting them. Perhaps many of his friends would feel that he had been forced to leave Linzi. He might feel wronged and pained. But on the contrary, he left very openly. His mind was clear. His conscience was clear, and he had no regrets. He made a choice that he would never regret in this life. The official road might be able to increase his cultivation speed in a short time, but on the long road, he needed to understand himself more. 7 days later. Broken Soul Gorge, Rocky Valley. The wind whimpered. Jiang Wang sat alone on a stone platform hanging from the cliff. He looked up at the sky and let his green robe flutter. From a certain point of view, one's personal view was also a narrow space that limited one's vision. In this world, who didn't see the sky as a thin line? The wind that passed through the canyon brought a figure wrapped in a black robe. The person flew up to the stone platform in a few steps and stood beside Jiang Wang, but he kept a certain distance. He complained, "Why did you choose this damned place to meet?" Jiang Wang smiled. "I said that we would contact through the great illusionary land, but you didn't dare. Now in the Qi world, there are too many eyes. I am more familiar with this place. It is very safe. It's not like you are beside Tiananping. Of course, there is nothing you don't dare to do. The great illusionary land to Tiananping. In short, I am worried about its confidentiality. I need to be responsible for myself." Even though Tian Chang was wrapped in a black robe and wore a hood, he subconsciously stood in the corner of the stone platform to hide himself. "What is it that you urgently want to see me for? Hurry up and say it." Jiang Wang looked back at him with a smile on his face. "With your wisdom, can't you think of it?" Tian Chang lowered his voice and said unhappily, "If I had wisdom, I wouldn't be controlled by you like this. Your attitude is wrong." Jiang Wang stopped smiling and said lightly, "Why are you doing so well now? Do you have any new support? I beg you. I can't disappear for too long." Tian Chang changed his tone and said, "If you have any questions, we can solve them as soon as possible. As long as I know, I will tell you everything." Jiang Wang knew that this person was a poisonous snake that couldn't be underestimated. He didn't want to push him too far, so he went with the flow and asked directly, "Was Tiananping the one who killed Uriel?" Tian Chong was prepared for this question. Don't you already have the answer? Isn't he unable to leave Jianqing City? But Uriel can go to Jianqing City. As for why Uriel could go to Jianqing City, the 10,000 spirit freezing snow was the answer. Uriel had been investigating Imperial concubine Lei's case for so many years. Once he got a clue about the 10,000 spirit freezing snow, he would probably go and take a look himself, no matter how dangerous it was. I understand. Jiang Wang nodded and asked again, then why did you leave Uriel's body? I don't know either. Tian Chong shook his head. But I think there are about 2 possibilities. Which 2? First, someone will investigate Uriel's disappearance, but no one will investigate his death. Uriel was a former blue metal legend. Once he disappeared, it was reasonable that an investigation would be conducted. Now that he was dead, his corpse was clearly left there, and no one would be able to investigate it, because those who were qualified to investigate would probably be able to guess who the murderer was working for. Those who were willing to investigate and had the courage to do so would not wait until now. Very reasonable. Jiang Wang said, what's the second possibility? Tian Chong said in an indescribable tone, maybe it's to give you clues. Jiang Wang was so agitated by this sentence that his hair stood on end. He could not help but ask, why give us clues? I'm just guessing this possibility, but I can't think of a reason. Tian Chong sighed. Do you think Tian Anping would still be so crazy if his actions could be deduced logically? Jiang Wang was silent for a moment and said, sure enough, you know Tian Anping better. Tian Chong sighed. It's just to live a little longer. I'm done with my questions, Jiang Wang said. Then I'll leave first. Tian Chong took a few steps forward and suddenly stopped. He stopped and said, actually, I also have a question to ask you. Jiang Wang looked at him. Let's hear it. The 11th prince also went to Days County in person earlier, but then he stopped. He should have already let go of this matter. Later on, the 9th prince also specially participated in the 7 Stars Valley Secret Land, but he was looking for clues everywhere in the city. Tian Chong said, I heard that you and the 11th prince were close friends. Why did you go against his last wish? It was only today that Jiang Wang found out that there was such a reason behind Jiang Wuxia's trip to 7 Stars Valley. Therefore, Tian Anping's sudden appearance in 7 Stars Valley was probably not just because of the Tian family's defeat on planet Een. Who would have thought that there would be such undercurrents in the fierce competition for the champion of the secret realm? Sure enough, without sufficient strength, some things could not be understood even if they were played out right in front of one's eyes. Unfortunately, it was not clear at the time whether Tian Anping and Jiang Wuxia had clashed in secret. Jiang Wang's mind spun rapidly, but he only said, I respect the 11th prince's wishes. However, Lin Kuang is someone who is loyal to the country. His name should not be suicide out of fear of retribution. Tian Chong made an "oh" sound, probably disapproving of this. Lord Jiang is indeed a role model for my generation. After saying this, he jumped off the cliff. The wind whistled and his clothes fluttered. Jiang Wang sat alone on the high platform for a long time. In the end, he only let out a sigh. Even if he was a lunatic, he should have a request. What exactly did Tian Anping want? It was very difficult to plan a good route from Soul-Breaking Gorge to Chu. Jiang Wang still planned to go through Mu, detour around Pegasus Plateau, cross the Long River, and go to Yun to see Inan. Afterwards, he would head south to Chu. If he hadn't become a devil at the time, he would have been cultivating in Chu. The reason why he took the long route instead of directly crossing Xingyue Plateau and crossing the Long River to enter southern mountain range was naturally not because he had misgivings about Jing or Xia, but mainly because he wanted to see Ru Qing and Inan. After his crime of being a devil was washed away, he now had no problem swaggering through Jing, not to mention leaving right under their noses. Jing was now sending troops to Sheng, and Sheng was also mobilizing all the troops in the world. Mu's army was also marching into Liyuan City one after another. The war between the two hegemonic states was unavoidable, but no one knew when the first charge would be sounded. Zhao Rucheng was in Liyuan City, so Jiang Wang naturally couldn't help but worry. Among the 5 sworn brothers, Rucheng was the youngest and also the most indolent and pampered. He had always been taken care of by his older brothers. Now, although he knew that he was a descendant of the great Qin Empire and had a noble bloodline, he was mostly hiding his strength and biding his time. However, he still couldn't change the habit of worrying about him. However, Jiang Wang's plan still failed. With the war imminent, Liyuan City's surroundings had long been under martial law. It was impossible to get close. He wanted to send a letter to his 5th brother, but as De Qi's Lord Jiang, his name didn't carry much weight in Xingmu. No one paid him any attention, and he almost aroused the suspicions of several groups of sentries. Before he caused more trouble, he had to leave first. This kind of war between the two hegemonic states was enough to affect the entire structure of the modern world. Dying in battle wasn't worth mentioning. The death of a perfected person was also just a passing mention. In comparison, he, an outer building cultivator, was as insignificant as a speck of dust. Apart from a distant sigh, he couldn't do anything else. Thus, he buried himself in his journey. This time, he wasn't in the mood to enjoy the scenery. He read, traveled, and cultivated. He passed through the grassland at the fastest speed, then passed through the Wu State, crossed the long river, and quietly arrived at the Yun State. When he first left the Yun State, it was the autumn of the 3919th year of the Tao calendar. At that time, he was full of ambition and wanted to go to the Chu State to help Sui Guangxu, boasting shamelessly that he would help little Guangxu break through the mountain sea realm. But when he turned around, reality hit him hard with a stick. The name of Tong Mo, the massacre of demons, the struggle for Yuheng, the battle of Xingyue Plain, Jiang Wuqi's death. Life seemed to have been cruelly pulled back and finally returned to the beginning. But it was no longer the beginning. Now that he returned, it was already the spring of the 3920th year of the Tao calendar. It was only a few seasons, but it felt like a lifetime ago. Chapter 1404. Woo 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 woo. Dumb Gray cried out pitifully as it circled around Jiang Anan. Jiang Anan sat cross-legged on the cloud and looked up at the sky with a serious face, as if she was thinking about a difficult problem in life. She turned a deaf ear to the whimpering. Dum Hui tried to act pitiful but to no avail, so he wagged his tail and went to find Jiang Wang. As soon as the little gray dog turned around, Jiang Anan's little mouth quickly moved and chewed on the moon sand, the holy fruit of the Fox clan, which could only be found in the Gate of Demons. Dumb Gray ran 2 steps and suddenly turned around. Jiang Anan also stopped chewing at almost the same time. It sniffed suspiciously, but unfortunately, it didn't find anything. How could the holy fruit, which was so delicious that it made dogs cramp, disappear after eating one? It wagged its tail like a windmill and went to find the master it hadn't seen in a long time. It knew who had brought the fruit here. Jiang Wang and Yi Qingyu were sitting in a pavilion surrounded by clouds and smoke, discussing the feasibility of deducing the 8 Notes Flame Sparrow Talisman, which was to replace the talisman with Cloud Seal and use the talisman to evolve the 8 Notes Flame Sparrow Talisman technique. If this step was successful, the next step would be the 8 Notes Burning Sea Talisman. The Cloud Seal technique had a wide range of applications, and in the hands of cultivators who could make full use of it, it was definitely a top technique. The more Taoist techniques one mastered, the more powerful the technique would be. So you got the inspiration from the 8 Notes tea? Yi Qingyu blinked her clear eyes and asked. Yes, there are many good teas in Qi, and 8 Notes tea is one of the top teas. Look, I used the flame sparrow to evolve the sound of the mistress pipa, and it sounded like this. Jiang Wang explained while controlling several flame sparrows to make a moving pipa sound. Yi Qingyu nodded and asked, I heard that 8 Notes tea is the treasure of the 4 famous pavilions in Linzi? Not to that extent, there are many top teas in Qi. For example, when Yenyu's Dr. Wen's house has the cleansing frost moon. Speaking of which, Dr. Wen is the father-in-law of my good friend Yen Fu. This man's elegance was out of the ordinary, truly worthy of respect. His daughter Wendinglin is also a noble lady of Linzi and of famous beauty. Of course, my brother Yen Fu will not lose to her. Jiang Wang forced himself to talk for a while, and then turned back as calmly as possible. Let's continue talking about the 8 tones flame sparrow. This Taoist art uses the flame sparrow as its shape, but its foundation is actually the word sound. Although the cloud seal is ever-changing, you don't have to stick to the fire element. The 8-tone skylark is also very good. Yi Qingyu replied with an O and asked, guests who don't go there often can't drink it, right? Ahaha, I don't think so. I rarely go there, and it was Chung Gung Sheng who took me there, mainly to taste the tea. Jiang Wang said awkwardly, the Dao technique we're practicing now can be used for both offense and defense, and can be used in most situations. It's very suitable for the inner mansion stage. And I can also tell you in detail about the advanced Dao techniques in the future. Yi Qingyu blinked her eyes, and her long eyelashes seemed to tremble slightly. The 4 famous houses are originally just tea houses? The main purpose is to taste the tea. What's the secondary purpose? Ah, this, woof! Woof, woof, woof. Dumb Gray's barks were simply heavenly. Jiang Wang turned around with a gentle face and picked up the little gray dog that was running wildly. What's wrong, Dumb Gray? Dumb Gray drooped its furry head and buried itself in his arms, whimpering pitifully. Jiang Wang gently patted the dog's head and smiled at Yi Qingyu. This dog is strange and clingy. Yi Qingyu smiled and didn't say anything. He stood up with the dog in his arms. I'm going to see what's going on over there. Dumb Gray is like this, maybe he was beaten up. We'll talk about Dao techniques next time. Okay. Yi Qingyu smiled gently. Jiang Wang walked 2 steps at a time. His heart was like a defeated army, but his posture was still straight. He left the pavilion with the dog in his arms and walked towards his sister. Dumb Gray also suddenly became spirited. It turned over in Jiang Wang's arms and put its 2 front paws on Jiang Wang's arms. Its ears were erect, and its dog eyes were wide open. It looked majestically in front of it. Who dares to not share food? Ahem, Anan. Jiang Wang took out the posture of an elder brother. What did you do to Dumb Gray? Woof, 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 woof. Dumb Gray used its master's power to argue loudly. Jiang Anan's little mouth, that was moving non-stop, suddenly stopped. She turned her head and gave Jiang Wang a look. Jiang Wang hugged Dumb Gray and turned around, not letting Dumb Gray see what Jiang Anan was eating. Dumb Gray was anxious and angrily barked in his arms. What are you barking for? Jiang Wang slapped it on the head. You're so old yet you still don't know anything. Don't disturb my sister's thinking. Dumb Gray was stunned for a while and finally realized that humans were unreliable. It fell down again and started to whimper. Jiang Anan quickly ate all the moon sand in her hand. She then said, Brother, are you done teaching Taoist techniques? Jiang Wang subconsciously glanced at the pavilion. Yi Qingyu had already left. He turned around and smiled. Ah yes. Dumb Gray was still buried in his arms and whimpering. It was very pitiful. Jiang Wang thought for a while and finally couldn't help but ask, Do you have any more moon sand? No more. Jiang Anan said loudly and proudly. What about the iron berries? Give one to it. Jiang Wang said, Look at how it's crying. It only knows how to pretend to cry. Jiang Anan snorted and reluctantly took out the squirrel box. Dumb Gray immediately pulled out its furry head and barked at Jiang Anan. Look, it's still quarreling with me. Jiang Anan quickly complained. Jiang Wang was a bit helpless. Aren't you good friends? Friends are friends, eating is eating. Jiang Anan pouted. It ate all my fish last time and didn't leave any for me. But she still took out an iron berry and waved it at Dumb Gray. Dumb Gray's eyes immediately widened. It even forgot to be angry and began to struggle in Jiang Wang's arms. Jiang Anan took the iron berry and rolled on the ground far away. She muttered, "Signs of the heavens, ancient beasts, urgent orders, go." She, who was already a transcendent cultivator, was thrown far away. Dumb Gray immediately broke free from Jiang Wang's arms and jumped to the ground. It shot out like an arrow and chased after the iron berry. Jiang Wang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What kind of curse is this? The divine impeachment curse. Jiang Anan looked at her brother with her dark eyes and giggled. She opened her arms and said, "I want to hug you too." Jiang Wang helplessly carried her and was about to tell her that sharing was a virtue. They no longer had parents. As an elder brother, he couldn't help but have the self-awareness to teach his younger sister. But Jiang Anan's small hand suddenly pressed on his mouth and stuffed a fruit into it. Jiang Wang bit into it and his mouth was instantly filled with a delicious taste. He couldn't help but ask, "Didn't you say there's no more?" Jiang Anan giggled in his arms. "I don't have any to share with others." She took out 2 more fruits as if she was performing a magic trick. One for her brother and the other for herself. The brother and sister were all smiles as they ate. In addition, there was also a stupid dog barking happily in the distance. It felt that it had taken advantage of them. The extremely high terrain, loose system, neutral national policy, and Yi Lingxiao were the reasons why Yun Nation could be so peaceful for so long. Ah Cho, who fought very hard and was indeed thick-skinned, could be considered as one of the reasons. Since becoming a transcendent, Jiang Wang had been to many places. There had never been a place like Yun Nation that gave him such a peaceful feeling. Even in Qi, whose status was gradually rising, he couldn't relax the string in his heart. He was always nervous. It was probably because Anan lived here and was well protected by Yi Lingxiao. This place often gave him a sense of rest. Although he only came and went secretly every time, he still missed the peaceful time he spent in Yun Nation. Sometimes peace was a luxury. During his time in Yun Nation, he played with Anan every day, supervised Anan's studies, discussed Tao with Yi Qingyu, supervised Anan's studies, teased the stupid dog, supervised Anan's studies, worked hard on cultivation, supervised Anan's studies. Life was peaceful and fulfilling. Both humans and dogs were happy. That night, in the great illusionary land, after the 5 daily battles, Jiang Wang received a letter that he hadn't received in a long time. The person who wrote the letter was Swordsman Ning, who had fought with him many times in the Inner Mansion realm. There was only one sentence in the letter. If you cultivate in seclusion for a long time, you will become an outpost. Do you want to fight? Jiang Wang's reply was also very straightforward. There was only one word. Come. Hence, the sword discourse arena whistled and collided with the Milky Way. To Jiang Wang, Swordsman Ning was an excellent sparring partner. Especially in terms of swordsmanship, Swordsman Ning had given him a lot of inspiration. He was an unorthodox fighter who had walked out of countless battles and sparred with Swordsman Ning time and time again. He constantly made up for his foundation, which allowed him to sublimate on the Riverview platform. Although he had left Swordsman Ning far behind when he was in the Inner Mansion realm, his gains from each battle were getting fewer and fewer. However, such an outstanding swordsman Tianjiao's performance in the Outer Mansion realm was still very much worth looking forward to. Hence, even though he had already shouted that he wanted to be invincible under the immortal descent on the Xingyue Plain battlefield, he was still willing to spare time for Swordsman Ning. In the vast Milky Way, the ancient sword discourse arena spread out. Humans were like fish in the river, standing in a corner. However, the sword discourse arena itself was a world of its own. The eyes of the 2 people in the sword discourse arena met, their sharpness meeting each other's sharpness. Jiang Wang's sword was already out of its sheath. This sword was full of emotion, like a hero singing to wine, stirring up the Milky Way. It was indescribably elegant and heroic. The sword discourse arena seemed to be floating in the Milky Way, but the Milky Way was more of a background. Those stars seemed very close, but also very far away. They seemed to be right in front of you, but in reality they were untouchable. When Jiang Wang's sword was out of its sheath, the Milky Way suddenly lit up. The shadow of a 7-story green stone pagoda was silently projected, suspended in the middle of the Milky Way. It vaguely had a suppressive aura. Majestic starlight flowed on the sword. At this moment, the sword in Jiang Wang's hand had a radiance that could not be looked directly at. What was faith? It was human speech. Once the words were spoken, one had to give it his all. Once the sword was out of its sheath, it had to cut off the enemy's head before returning. This sword had a predestined killing intent. The moment it was out of its sheath, it had already firmly locked onto swordsman Ning's aura. It could not be avoided, it could not be escaped, it could only be faced. What one promised was what one did, and what one sought was the Tao. This was Jiang Wang's Tao Path sword. Although it was not perfect, it was a complete interpretation of the first sacred tower. It had been practiced and tempered for a long time. It was the first time it was used in a real battle. Only swordsman Ning's peerless swordsmanship Tianjiao was worthy of this unsheathed sword. Only such a person was qualified to test the sharpness of this sword. After not fighting for so long, Jiang Wang wanted to give his opponent a big surprise. In the great illusionary realm, the ordinary-looking swordsman Ning's eyes suddenly shone with a divine light. She pulled out her autumn water-like longsword with a backhand. The sword radiance surged like a river. A sword-shaped building formed in the Milky Way. When the longsword was out of its sheath, starlight flew, and the sword radiance flowed. The two happened at the same time, reflecting each other's brilliance. Her long sword was obviously unsheathed from the scabbard, but it gave people the feeling that the scabbard was the star tower in the galaxy that they could only see but not reach. The sword came out of the star tower. The moment the sword was completely out of its sheath, there was a sudden cracking sound. The sleeve of Jiang Wang's sword-wielding hand, which should have been well protected, suddenly split open. The shadow of the 7-story green tower in the Milky Way was actually erased. A sword broke the star tower. The tip of Jiang Wang's sword was almost in front of swordsman Ning's forehead. The feeling of, I have to win, I can't escape, actually disappeared. And so, clang. Swordsman Ning's longsword rose into the air and easily blocked Jiang Wang's longsword. It cut open Jiang Wang's door. It was another new absolute sword technique. It was an absolute sword technique that Jiang Wang had never seen before. Previously, he had set up a sword formation and used the power of the sword formation to separate the 4 towers. And now, swordsman Ning's sword had the same effect. He wanted to give his old rival a surprise. Swordsman Ning took the initiative to challenge him. Wasn't that the same thing? Caught off guard, Jiang Wang's chest and abdomen were all within reach of swordsman Ning's sword. A pool of limpid autumn water flowed through his eyes. A flash of cold light jumped like a silver fish. The sword was close. And so, 5 blazing white light sources lit up at the same time. The light of the 5 prefectures illuminated his body. Jiang Wang tapped his toes and the green clouds shattered. He retreated to the edge of the sword discourse arena in 1 step. He pressed the burning sea of 8 sounds with one hand and used the sound waves of the sea of fire to temporarily block swordsman Ning's attack. At the same time, his left eye turned crimson. With the help of the eye of Qianyang, he instantly summoned the 5 senses hell. Eyes, ears, nose, tongue, body, 5 senses hell, swordsman Ning. A dazzling sword light cut through the sea of fire and the sound wave. Swordsman Ning's sword will rushed to his eyes and strangled the 5 senses hell. She shot through the separated sea of fire and sound wave. But what welcomed her was Jiang Wang's crimson-red eyes. The single rider entering formation that had been repaired by the Dao development platform had already been activated. In an instant, she was dragged into a battle of spirits. Swordsman Ning, in her spirit state, pulled her sword forward. It was like the dawn pulling open the curtain of night. She actually cut off her connection with the single rider entering formation and avoided Jiang Wang's spirit suppression. But in her spirit state, her heavenly ocean suddenly roared and rolled, completely out of control. A total of 8 breezes flowed around her body and tightly bound her limbs. The snow-white blade was lightly placed on her neck. The battle was over. Chapter 1405. Longhu was indeed a supreme Dao technique secretly passed down in the old Yang royal family. It definitely had the effect of turning the tide. In this battle, the outcome of the battle was decided at the right time. But Jiang Wang knew very well that he had already lost to Swordsman Ning in a duel of swordsmanship. Indeed, his Dao path was not clear enough, nor complete enough. Just the sword of the path of Dao of the faith building wasn't his strongest sword technique. He also believed, when he was in the state of a sword immortal, he combined the power of 5 abhijnas to create a sword overturning mountain. It was not something that Swordsman Ning could take. But this was the result of his performance in the battle. He had intended to end the battle with swordsmanship, but he had lost by more than 1 level in a duel of swordsmanship. He thought that he had already taken Swordsman Ning very seriously, but he still underestimated Swordsman Ning's swordsmanship because of his overwhelming advantage in the inner mansion level. This gave him a loud and clear warning. In this world, Jiang Wang was not the only one working hard, and he was not the only one who could improve. For someone like Swordsman Ning, who was extremely talented and had a strong background, it was not rare for him to improve rapidly under the guidance of a strong cultivator in his sect. Jiang Wang sheathed his sword and extinguished the light of 5 mansions. He praised sincerely, "Your sword just now was unpredictable." Swordsman Ning's expression was very calm. Or maybe it was because this overly ordinary face was not suitable for expression. Anyway, she only pursed her lips. "But I still lost. In terms of swordsmanship, you won. In terms of life and death, I won," Jiang Wang said frankly. "We are considered to be tied this time." Swordsman Ning's gaze softened. After all, she had been in seclusion for so long and studied swordsmanship. A large part of the reason was that this opponent in front of her brought her great pressure. It could be said that Jiang Wang's evaluation, to a certain extent, acknowledged her efforts. She said modestly, actually. She wanted to say modestly that she had the advantage of having a master. His sword of Dao was already very clear, and it was very powerful, but just as he said the word, actually, he heard the guy say, "But it might not be the case next time." Jiang Wang looked at Swordsman Ning confidently. "Next time, if your swordsmanship doesn't improve much, I can defeat you with just my swordsmanship." "Oh, is that so?" Swordsman Ning gritted his teeth and said, "Then let's wait and see. Since it's a draw this time." Jiang Wang began to seriously calculate. The Grade 4 Sword Discourse Arena consumes 200 points of merit each time. I'll admit defeat later, and you can transfer 100 points of merit to me when you go back. In the great illusionary land, my name is Invincible Dugu. Don't forget. No need. You don't have to be so courteous with me. It's just 100 merit points. I really admire your swordsmanship." Bang. Why did he leave? Swordsman Ning had already admitted defeat and left the sword discourse arena. Jiang Wang stood where he was, feeling baffled. He felt that he was already very generous, because according to the rules of the great illusionary realm, he was the one who won, so he didn't have to do anything. Now that he was willing to share half of the cost of using the sword discourse arena, what else did he want? Swordsman Ning's swordsmanship was very good, and his tenacity in battle was also very good, but his temper was really hard to evaluate. Maybe this was the quirk of a genius. Back in the space of the blessed land, Jiang Wang silently counted his merit points, calculating how much more he needed to improve his Taoist technique. He also replied to Zhuo Guangshu's letters and agreed on a time to go to Chu State. To his surprise, he received another letter from Swordsman Ning. "What's your ranking in the outer building realm now?" Jiang Wang told him the truth. "I haven't fought much. I haven't entered the top 100 yet." "You haven't lost before." "I haven't. You can allocate more time in the sword discourse arena. I'm looking forward to your performance when you go all out. I'm looking forward to seeing you fight with the current number 1 of the outer building realm." Jiang Wang was interested. "Is that person very strong?" "Very scary." "You think that person is stronger than me at my peak?" Jiang Wang asked. Swordsman Ning replied, "I can't say who will win, but I've fought with him before. Based on my own experience, the pressure he brings is indeed stronger than yours." Jiang Wang was even more intrigued. He had defeated Chen Xuan of the Jing Kingdom on the battlefield of Xingyue Plain. Although he had borrowed the power of Yuheng Star, it was also a fact that he had defeated the Tianjiao of the Jing Kingdom on the battlefield. Since then, several months had passed. With his speed of improvement, he was naturally getting stronger day by day. Swordsman Ning knew this. He had not shown his peak strength in the fight with Swordsman Ning just now. Swordsman Ning knew this as well. However, he still felt that the current number 1 of the outer building realm was stronger than Jiang Wang. Moreover, this person was definitely not Yung Genzuan or Do Zhao, nor was he one of the famous Tianjiao of the outer building realm on the Riverview platform. Otherwise, Swordsman Ning would not be so secretive. "Who is this person?" Jiang Wang asked curiously. Before long, Swordsman Ning's letter flew back. "His name is Yi Xingfeng. He's called Yi Xingfeng in and outside the Great Void Illusory Land. He's a disciple of the Southern Hall. A few days ago, the Southern Hall came to the Sword Pavilion to ask for a sword. I fought with him. I'm indeed no match for him." The Southern Hall and the Sword Pavilion were 2 of the top sects in the southern region. Of course, the southern region was so big that there were more than just these 2 sections. There were also the Sanqing Palace in the southeast, Mount Meru in the southwest, the Dragon Gate Academy, the Magoo Academy, the Blood River Sect, and so on. In the entire modern realm, the southern region had the most top section. There were many historical reasons for this. However, to Jiang Wang, the Southern Hall and the Sword Pavilion were not important. What was important was the name written in the letter. He remembered that name. It was from a long, long time ago. It was so long ago that he almost thought he had forgotten it. In his childhood, he had a childhood friend who often fought with him with a wooden sword. It was not an exaggeration to say that they grew up together. When the immortal opportunity descended, he was pushed into the water by that person and almost drowned. That person's name, his name was Yi Xingfeng. He did not expect to hear this name again at this time and under such circumstances. Of course, he expected that when he became famous, that person would also hear his name in some corner of the modern realm. He knew that with that person's personality, he would never admit defeat or shrink back. He knew that as long as they walked on the long path of cultivation, they would meet one day. However, he did not expect that day to come so soon. The construction and expansion of the Great Void Illusory Land greatly increased the communication between cultivators in the modern realm and accelerated the collision of different sects in Tianjiao. It also allowed the distance between the modern realm to be easily crossed. That person seemed to have grown into a very powerful existence. Jiang Wang closed his eyes. He felt as if he was submerged in water. That suffocating feeling had never faded. So he had never forgotten. How could he forget? Once again, the light shadow of the white-haired cultivator leaving with his sword appeared before his eyes. In the rippling water, it was so cold and resolute. It had been a long time. This was an old dream. Swordsman Ning, who was far away in the sword pavilion, waited for a long time but did not receive a reply from Jiang Wang. He could not help but send another letter. Do you know him? Jiang Wang opened his eyes and spread out the letter. He replied very seriously, I know him. Every word was like a sword, showing off his ability. Are you leaving today? Yi Qingyu asked. Yes, I should have left long ago. Jiang Wang sat obediently. He looked at his sister who was playing with dumb gray not far away and sighed. This paradise is not something that ordinary people can stay in for long. Yi Qingyu said softly, Who in the world is not an ordinary person? Jiang Wang was silent for a moment. He said, I have many things on my mind. Yi Qingyu did not try to comfort him. She only said, What a pity. I am still not familiar with the Taoist techniques you taught me. The 8-note flame sparrow is a bit complicated and not easy to master. Jiang Wang said gently, If you have anything you don't understand, write to me. I will reply promptly. Okay. Yi Qingyu smiled in response. Brother. Jiang Anan ran over with her short legs. Dumb Gray followed closely behind with his even shorter legs. Jiang Wang looked at his sister with a gentle smile. She ran closer and put her hands behind her back. Have you finished teaching Taoist techniques to Sister Qingyu? What? Jiang Wang said with a smile. You want to learn too? You can't learn it in the Wandering Pulse realm. He wanted to take the opportunity to teach some principles and encourage his sister to cultivate diligently. Jiang Anan shook her head decisively. No. I already learn a lot every day. Dumb Gray also shook his head vigorously. He shook his head so hard that his hair kept falling off. Jiang Wang said with some amusement, Then why do you care? Jiang Anan walked to Jiang Wang with her hands behind her back. She leaned forward and buried her head in his chest. She said in a muffled voice, Aren't you leaving today? It turned out that she did not forget to play with Dumb Gray. She was very sensible, and did not want to affect Jiang Wang and Yi Qingyu's Taoist technique. This made Yi Qingyu feel a bit embarrassed. Jiang Wang rubbed her little head and said gently, It's not like I'm not coming back. Cultivate well in the Sky Tower. I will come back to see you when I have time. Jiang Anan raised her head and looked up at her brother. Brother. Jiang Wang looked down at her gently. Here. Jiang Anan put her hands behind her back in front of her. Her two small hands slowly pulled apart in front of Jiang Wang. A green jade belt was held in her hands. She smiled and held the jade belt. I wish you a happy birthday in advance. Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment. Then he remembered that the upcoming 28th of January was his birthday. He had almost forgotten. But Jiang Anan, who was 7 years old this year, remembered. Jiang Wang smiled and got up. He took off the belt that looked like the Rui immortal robe and carefully wrapped the belt that his sister gave him. He looked around and was very satisfied. My sister's taste is really good. Hee. Jiang Anan said very proudly. I didn't use your money to buy it. Jiang Wang of course always gave his sister some pocket money. But Jiang Anan herself had long been running errands for her senior brothers and sisters to earn money. Her small pocket was very full. I like it so much. Jiang Wang patted the jade belt. He loved it too much to put it down. Jiang Anan smiled brightly. Dumb Gray spun around on the ground alone. He spun around very happily. No one knew why. Yi Qingyu looked at them with a smile. This was an ordinary day but also a beautiful place in the world. Two beauties, one big and one small, and a dumb dog bid farewell to Jiang Wang, who was wearing a fluttering azure robe. They watched him walk away with large strides and gradually disappear into the horizon. Jiang Anan had already experienced this kind of parting many times. Although she was still reluctant, she wouldn't cry anymore. After all, she was already a 7-year-old Meridian Realm cultivator. Yi Qingyu held Jiang Anan's small hand and walked back. Dumb Gray jumped left and right energetically. It didn't show a trace of reluctance to its original owner. Sister Qingyu. Jiang Anan asked curiously, is the Taoist technique my brother taught very difficult? It's okay, Yi Qingyu said in a relaxed tone. With a light flick of her index finger, a cloud suddenly exploded. It exploded into countless white sparrows and began to chirp. The sounds gradually became unified and played a beautiful music. Ding ding dong dong. Bang 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 bang. The music was very moving and the sparrows were very beautiful. It was the Taoist technique, 8-sound skylark. So beautiful! Jiang Anan exclaimed. Dumb Gray barked and bared its teeth, looking very angry. It probably thought that the sparrows were quarreling with it. That's not right. Jiang Anan suddenly reacted. She tilted her head and looked at Yi Qingyu. Didn't you already know it? Why do you still need my brother to teach you? Yi Qingyu expressionlessly scattered the sparrows and said indifferently, I'm not very familiar with it, so I need to learn and practice more. Then he lowered his head and looked at Jiang Anan. Cultivation is like this. You can't be lazy just because you know it. So, have you practiced writing? Jiang Anan sucked in a breath of cold air and suddenly exclaimed, Uncle Yi! It's no use calling anyone. Yi Qingyu tightly grasped her small hand and was about to personally escort her to the execution ground. As he glanced forward, he actually saw his old father. Great Taoist Master Yi wore white clothes and a green hairpin. He was squatting in front of an ox cart. The old ox pulling the cart had no interest in life. The cart was full of books. What are you doing, sir? Yi Qingyu was baffled. Taoist techniques. Yi Lingxiao stood up and confidently patted the books behind him. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder. You can have anything you want. They're all the best enough for you to learn for 8 to 10 years. If you don't like this one, I've prepared a cart for you. Don't blindly learn from random people. I don't know if those people understand. Jiang Anan hid behind Yi Qingyu. So many Taoist techniques were too scary. If she had to learn all of them, wouldn't she have to learn until she was 8 years old? How would she have time to play? Yi Qingyu frowned. You're eavesdropping on us again? Yi Lingxiao smiled confidently. That's not true. I just happened to consider the problem of your accumulation of Taoist techniques. Yi Qingyu pulled Jiang Anan in front of him. Anan is right here. In front of a child, you better be honest. Steal? You bastard! Yi Lingxiao suddenly jumped up, looking very shocked and angry. You're stealing fish again. He was already gone, leaving only the vague shadow of a cloud and a cart full of Taoist technique books. Chapter 1406. Xiong Tu went to the sea to see Yonggenzuan. He was seriously injured and could not speak. Xiong Tu was furious. He pointed his halberd at Fishing Sea Tower's guardian elder Lu Yu and said, Fishing Sea Tower must pay for this. Lu Yu said to him, Every man is foolish and virtuous, his fate brings misfortune and fortune. Thus they fought. He had defeated Lu Yu on Star Pearl Island. He fought Deng Wen again and lost. He fought Hai Jingping and lost again. There were 8 guardian elders of the Fishing Sea Tower, all of whom were gods descending. Xiong Tu was defeated 3 times in a row, and the rest fled. Lu Yu coughed out a mouthful of blood and said, The islands near the sea, even if the gods descend, they will not be able to do anything. If it were not for the Futu old doctrine, Xiong Tu would not return. Xiong Tu replied, That makes sense. Therefore, he summoned the life-severing blade from the west and cut open the raging sea. He ascended to true enlightenment in front of tens of thousands of people. Elder Shi Jinghai and Elder Su Xiangwan were present. Xiong Tu passed by without saying anything. After ascending the heavenly stairs, he challenged the first elder of the Fishing Sea Tower, Chong Guangzhenren. The 2 sides fought for 9 days. The battle lasted for 3 days and nights before the wind and thunder finally stopped. Xiong Tu's left arm was already broken. He laughed loudly and left. Everyone thought that Xiong Tu had been defeated. Du Chongguang sighed, I've lost 13 years of my life. Thus, he paid Yonggenzuan with the deep-sea jade crystal. Offshore records, in the Star River space, Jiang Wang and Cheng Gengxing sat opposite each other. The matter of Chongxian and Chu Liang flaunting their prowess in the coastal islands was, of course, not something that had just happened today. It was only today that he heard about it from Cheng Gengxing. Jiang Wang immersed himself in his journey and studied history at the same time, so he missed a lot of changes. Can Ding Yuanho's saber really cut off lifespan? Jiang Wang looked surprised. Cheng Gengxing rolled his eyes. Why else do you think he's lingering in the divine Advent realm for so long? When Qi Xia was contending for supremacy, he was already in the divine ascension realm. Although he wasn't famous, it was actually difficult for anyone in the same realm to match him. After Qi Xia's struggle for supremacy, he was called number 1 in the eastern region. After so many years of tempering, it was truly because the path of Tao was too strong, and it was difficult to grasp the truth. If you break through rashly, you'll end up lacking something. Then this time, so many years have passed, it's time for it to be complete. It's just that his uncle, the senior, said that the life-severing saber cannot be played without a reason, so he had been waiting for the right time. I had hoped that Yang Jianda would perform well on the battlefield of Qiyang, but unfortunately, he was trapped in the demonic arts. Zhong Xianxing said, This time, I went out to sea to stand up for my cousin and suppress the fishing sea tower's influence. Family affairs and state affairs are one, and he proved this truth. Wei Sun had gathered a group of powerhouses to launch a sneak attack on Wantong, and his momentum had greatly increased. With his charisma as true monarch Qin, he managed to support the Sea Suppression Alliance, which was far from reaching his expectations. After that, Chongxian and Chu Liang went to the ocean fishing tower to show off. The state of Qi did not hold back at all when it came to suppressing the ocean fishing house. They did not even give it the time of a single night. It was practically day and night, year after year. If Xiong Tu did not succeed this time, Qi would probably have other actions. But no matter what, it was not as shocking as Xiong Tu's reasonable attack. Xiong Tu stood up for his nephew, and no one could find fault with him. As for him, he was invincible. When he first entered the truth realm, he challenged the first perfected person of the coastal islands, Chong Guang. How could the people of the sea not be frightened by such ferocity? Recalling the feeling of looking up to Zhongshuan Chuliang every time he asked for pointers, Jiang Wang sighed with emotion. Being able to defeat Chong Guangjinren as soon as he entered Dongjin, Master Xiong Tu is really admirable. When one reaches the truth realm, it's a competition of understanding of the world. There's no such thing as a long time, only those who have reached the top. Cheng Gengxing shook his head, but my uncle said that he can't be considered a victory. After all, the higher the cultivation, the stronger the body. Once it's damaged, it'll be harder to recover. He lost an arm in the truth realm, and it's not much better than losing 13 years of life. Of course, the imperial court will compensate for this loss. This was the advantage of being born into a family. Cheng Gengxing's current cultivation was already firmly below Jiang Wang's, but his knowledge of cultivation was still far beyond Jiang Wang's. The few words he chatted with Chongxian and Chu Liang were rare cultivation knowledge for Jiang Wang. The so-called spiritual medicine that could revive the dead was not rare, but it was mostly for ordinary people. The flesh and soul of a cultivator had been cultivated to a certain level. Once it was damaged, it could not be cured by ordinary spiritual medicine. The more powerful a cultivator was, the more he had to pay once he was injured. For example, when Gu Huaixin, the perfected person of the fishing sea tower, was prepared to save Ji Shaoqing on the spot, he had prepared an altar and many materials. If he wanted to save an ordinary person who had just died, as long as the person's soul was not scattered, perfected person Gu could probably find any spiritual medicine. But if a cultivator of the divine descent realm died in battle, perfected person Gu could not save him. Of course, Jiang Wang was still aware of this knowledge. Not only was it because he had cultivated for a long time and accumulated a lot of experience, but more importantly, he had experienced the feeling of a broken limb and had a very deep impression of it. What he lacked was Cheng Gengsheng's casual words. The insightful realm is a competition of understanding of the world. Cheng Gengsheng knew this, but he did not. Jiang Wang shook his head. The power of that realm is beyond my imagination. Let's talk about something I can understand. When perfected Chong Guang carried him to the bewildering world, that strange feeling was something he could not understand until now. He could only feel that perfected Chong Guang was very powerful, but he could not understand how powerful he was. I also know how it is, but I can't understand why. The so-called understanding still has to be applied to one's own realm in the end, Cheng Gengsheng said casually, then said, "The Crown Prince has given you a gift." He chuckled and said with a sense of mischief, "Now, it's in your room, right in front of the calligraphy of the 11th Prince." That's strange. Jiang Wang raised his eyes. Why did he give me a gift at this time? What did he give me? If he remembered correctly, before leaving Linzi, he had seriously offended the Crown Prince. He gave you a pot of flowers, Clivia. It is said that the Crown Prince personally raised it. As for why he only gave it now, Cheng Gengsheng said with a faint smile, because Changle Palace was closed for a month, and the Crown Prince had only been free for a few days. Jiang Wang felt a chill in his heart. He knew that this, closed the palace for a month, was probably one of the punishments that Emperor Qi gave to Jiang Wuhua. But he still asked, why was Changle Palace closed? Cheng Gengsheng continued cheerfully, the Crown Prince achieved godhood, and there were many people who came to congratulate him. Changle Palace held banquets all day long. The Emperor said, the Crown Prince was conceited and frivolous, so he should close the palace for a month to reflect on himself. So that's how it is. Closing the palace door, and not allowing any contact between the inside and outside was almost equivalent to being banished to the cold palace. Although the duration of this cold palace was only 1 month, it was already a very bad sign for the Crown Prince. So, he gave me a gift as soon as he came out. What is he trying to say? Outside of Qi, Jiang Wang's tone was relaxed, and he even casually joked, he remembers me? To show that he won't forget this hatred. Giving him a flower that he personally raised is, of course, to show his tolerance, to show that he won't hold a grudge against you, and to show that he will let bygones be bygones for you, the Tianjiao of Deqi. Although you treat him as an enemy, he still treats you as a scholar. This is our benevolent Eastern Palace. What enemy? I'm not targeting him. Jiang Wang retorted, and then muttered, how trustworthy do you think it is? Clivia is particular. A gentleman is harmonious, but different. A gentleman seeks common ground while reserving differences. Cheng Gengsheng said. He also doesn't want to be known as the one who forced you to stay away from Linzi. And after thinking about it, he really doesn't have to hate you. What do you mean? The 3 cases that you proposed were all approved by the Emperor, and he did it cleanly. It's obvious that he's trying to intimidate the Crown Prince. It shows that regardless of whether you were there or not, the case from 17 years ago has always been a thorn in the Emperor's heart. This time, it's been pulled out. For the Crown Prince, it's still unknown whether it's a blessing or a curse. The Crown Prince achieved God's arrival at this time. At first glance, it's because he has a guilty conscience and gave the Emperor a chance to beat him. From another perspective, if the Emperor wants to beat him, he will obediently stretch out his hand and let the Emperor beat him. Isn't this also a kind of wisdom? If he hides his hand and waits for the Emperor to find a place to beat him, it may not only be the palm. Cheng Gengsheng paused and continued, and the more the Crown Prince doesn't hate you, the more it shows that he has no complaints about the Emperor's punishment. So, not only did he not target you, but he also continued to show goodwill to you. Showing goodwill to you is showing loyalty to the emperor. Why can't he do this business? Jiang Wang sighed. You people are really complicated. But, does the crown prince really not hate you, or is he pretending not to hate you? The human heart is as deep as the abyss. I don't have the ability to see through it. Cheng Gungxing spread out his hands. Thinking of the time when he and Jiang Wuhua were eating porridge at the same table, Jiang Wang said slowly, "The crown prince may be kind." The second half of the sentence was stuck in his heart and he didn't say it out loud. But the current empress might not be. He could never forget the act of throwing a father's body in front of his 3-year-old daughter. It could be said that she was ruthless. The current empress had been the mother of the country for many years. She was dignified and noble, and had never done anything improper. She was even known for being kind and often advised the emperor not to get angry. But she almost killed imperial concubine Lei and her baby by taking advantage of the situation. After forcing Lin Kuang to his death, she deliberately threw his body in front of his daughter. How could such a person not hold a grudge? It was fine when the emperor was on the throne. As a foreign minister, he wouldn't be affected by the empress. If the emperor abdicated one day, the empress might not be able to tolerate it. Of course, there was no need to tell this to Cheng Gungxing. This fatty had enough things to worry about every day. Yongenzhuan was so powerful overseas this time that he couldn't help but be suppressed. It's fine as long as there's no trouble now. If someone wants to bring up old scores in the future, I'm not who I am today, Jiang Wang said. Of course, I'm not who I am today. How can a real man live under someone else's rule for a long time? When the time comes, others will have to look at us. Zhong Xianxing agreed in an imposing manner, and then said, "Anyway, that's what happened. The trouble that you provoked has come to an end for the time being. You can come back directly after you finish your business in Chu." You make it sound like I was forced to leave. Jiang Wang muttered, "I really had an agreement with Sui Guangshu." Cheng Gungxing sneered, and left the galaxy space. Of course, the cost of opening the galaxy space was paid by Jiang Wang. Chu was vast and had always been the most prosperous place in the southern region. After Jiang Wang left the Yun Kingdom, he went all the way south and passed by the Song Kingdom. After 7 days, he arrived at the Chu Kingdom. Of course, if he was in the eastern region, it wouldn't take so long. As a 4th-grade blue metal arrestor, he could fly directly to the eastern region. In the southern region, he had to abide by the rules. The border city in the north of the Chu Kingdom was called Lin Shang. At first glance, this name was nothing special. But it was worth mentioning that the capital of the Song Kingdom was called Shangqiu. The Chu Kingdom didn't hide its border city's name. It was easy to imagine its attitude towards the neighboring countries. No wonder the people of the Song Kingdom often looked down on the Chu Kingdom. Of course, the people of the Chu Kingdom didn't care too much about being called a barbarian. As long as it wasn't ridicule, they would just laugh it off. The people of the Chu Kingdom despised the etiquette that the people of the Song Kingdom worship. The people of the Chu Kingdom loved to dress in Chinese and enjoy romantic freedom. Among the 6 major countries, the Chu Kingdom could be said to be the country with the most undisciplined temperament. The children of the Mu Kingdom also liked to be free. They worshipped eagles that soared freely, horses that galloped freely, and wolves that were fierce and united. But after all, they still had to respect the supreme god. There were many gods in the Chu Kingdom, but most of the people of the Chu Kingdom didn't really believe in gods. For many ordinary people of the Chu Kingdom, they just liked the mysterious atmosphere of gods and ghosts. When they were happy, they would say, "My heart is sincere, I prostrate myself before the gods and ghosts." When they were unhappy, they would say, "Come and cut off the ox's head, I'll drink to my heart's content." Or, "Cut open the horse's face and capture the king of hell." In short, they did as they pleased. As for why Jiang Wang knew all this, the set of historical sword chiseling the sea, that almost filled up the storage box and tortured him so much that he couldn't speak of it, should be remembered as a merit. Jiang Wang didn't dare to not read it or memorize it. During these days of traveling, when he had free time, he either cultivated or memorized it. After all, Emperor Qi could joke, but he didn't have the right to treat Emperor Qi's words as a joke. As a border city, Linshang City was not as rough and solemn as the border cities that Jiang Wang had seen. On the contrary, it was exquisite, gorgeous, and prosperous. Rather than saying that it was a war city, it was better to say that it was a commercial city. However, the soldiers standing solemnly on top of the city gate, and the gorgeous military equipment shining brightly on top of the city gate, were also describing the military strength of this city. Standing in front of Linshang City, Jiang Wang was still thinking about how to register and pass the test. Should he report his name as the head of the Yellow River, or should he keep a low profile and use an alias? Suddenly, the city gate opened, and a group of cavalrymen swept through the smoke and dust. This group of cavalrymen had an extraordinary aura. They were definitely the best of the best. All of them were wearing armor and robes with gorgeous carvings on them. Light flowed like water on the armor. Except for the general at the front, all of them were wearing fiery red battle robes that were burning in the air. The horses under them were all crimson red, and their bull-sized hooves stomped on the ground like thunder. The pedestrians were so shocked that they all moved aside. Jiang Wang originally thought that this group of cavalrymen from Chu State was carrying out some military mission and didn't want to cause trouble. He obediently hid by the side of the road with the pedestrians. Unexpectedly, this group of cavalrymen seemed to have fixed their eyes on him and headed straight for him. When they got closer, the general in the lead, who was wearing a blue battle robe, took off his helmet. He was a handsome young general. His eyebrows were like willows, and his eyes were like the moon. He was very clear and beautiful. With a pull of the reins, the sky-blue horse under him stopped in front of Jiang Wang. It stood up like a human and neighed like a dragon. The young general sat steadily on the horse's back, and he was in high spirits. P.S. 1. With a sincere heart, I prostrate myself before the spirit. Gods and ghosts, please drink. How He Jichin made up the situation. 2. Come and cut off the ox's head. I'll drink to my heart's content. How He Jichin, drunk. Chapter 3. It's the last day of the month. Don't waste your monthly ticket. There will be tickets at 12 o'clock. Chapter 1407. The entire troop of cavalry followed the young general's action and stopped their war horses. The thunderous hoofbeats stopped in an instant. Their movements were uniform and domineering. Then, the smoke and dust that rose high in the air slowly drifted down. It was like a dance that came to an abrupt stop. They were truly a rare elite troop. Of course, it also accentuated the young general's prestige. Jiang Wang's eyes lit up. Little Guangshu. Although it was his first time seeing this child in real life and his appearance was different from the one in the great illusionary realm, Jiang Wang still recognized him at a glance. That kind of innate spiritual aura, he really couldn't think of anyone else. As soon as the words left his mouth, a voice transmission rang in his ears through gritted teeth. Don't add the word little. Jiang Wang smiled slightly. This is the first time we meet. Please take care of me, General Zhua. The young general sitting high on the horse nodded arrogantly and said, Brother Jiang, we meet again. Jiang Wang stared at him with great interest and said, Those that we met in the great illusionary realm don't count. Zhua Guangshu snorted softly and waved his hand. A horseman led a divine steed with aqua-blue hair over. He raised his chin and said with the demeanor of a general, Get on the horse and talk. The horseman leading the horse reminded softly, This horse is also the young duke's mount and was brought here specially for you. It has a bad temper. Why don't you move gently? The horse's hair was smooth and its body was tall and long. Its mane was like a waterfall, and the aqua-blue hair all over its body seemed to be covered with a layer of waves. Its eyes were vigilant and threatening. It seemed that its temper wasn't very good. Jiang Wang casually pulled the reins, flipped over, and landed conveniently on the horse's back. The horse moved its nose and raised its hooves, wanting to teach this rude stranger a lesson. But then, a terrifying force came crashing down. The horse's hooves were only raised half an inch before they landed heavily on the ground. It was like an old tree that had taken root and didn't move at all. That snorting sound was only halfway through before it stopped. The horse's head drooped slightly, and the light in its eyes became gentle. It was extremely obedient. Jiang Wang reached out to stroke the horse's aqua-blue mane. He heard Zhuo Guangxu say, "This is the first time you've seen me, but it's not the first time I've seen you. While you were risking your life on the river viewing platform, I was leisurely watching the show below the platform." He made the failure to enter the Yellow River sound so fresh and refined. Jiang Wang chuckled softly. Following Zhuo Guangxu, he turned his horse around. He didn't ask why Zhuo Guangxu didn't come out to greet him at that time. He only said, "Presumably, my heroic appearance has left a deep impression on you." Zhuo Guangxu subconsciously wanted to refute, but when the words were on the tip of his tongue, he felt that Jiang Wang was right, so he snorted. He held the reins in his hand and kicked his boots lightly. The divine chariot beneath him leaped high into the air and sped off. Jiang Wang rode his horse alongside him. An entire troop of flame-robed cavalry turned around and followed closely behind. The north and south gates of Linshan City were already wide open, and the main streets of the city had long since been cleared. This elite cavalry troop passed through the border city with the sound of hooves like drums. They whistled as they came and whistled as they left. Who was that just now? The heir to the Duke actually came out to greet him personally? The guards of Linshan City couldn't help but discuss. Didn't you hear his surname was Jiang? What's wrong with surname Jiang? The mountain and sea territory will be opened in February. Tell me, who in the younger generation can be welcomed by the heir to the Duke outside the city? Who else in the world has the surname Jiang? The head of the Yellow River. The #1 inner mansion in history that Yu Beidou mentioned? What Yu Beidou said. He really did have an immortal battle record. With the cultivation of the inner mansion, he consecutively killed 4 great demons. Now he's already in the outer mansion. I wonder how he compares to Lord Do Zhao now. TSK, are you crazy? How can someone who just entered the outer mansion compare to Lord Do? He might be able to fight, right? Didn't he already defeat Chen Yi? Who is Chen Yi? The voices of the people's discussion naturally always stayed behind the strong. Sometimes it was a kind of decoration, sometimes it was a kind of mud. Jiang Wang and Zhuo Guangxu rode side by side. The man was like an immortal, and the horse was like a dragon. Galloping side by side on the land of Grand Chu, they felt indescribably carefree. Not only were they good opponents in the great illusionary realm, but they also had similar interests and chatted happily. Having a name that wouldn't be easily said was an invisible bond. It made them feel closer to each other. Jiang Wang held the reins and asked in the whistling wind, "Where are we going now?" "First to Huaicheng," Zhuo Guangxu said. Normally, the preparation time for entering the mountain and sea territory is 2 months. If you were here last year, there would be plenty of time. It's a bit late now, so we need to hurry. Huaicheng is where the Zhuo family's fief is. My family has made a lot of preparations there and has enough conditions to help us adapt to the mountain and sea territory in advance. Jiang Wang smiled bitterly. I also wanted to come last year. At that time, he had a clear goal to enter the mountain and sea territory. However, as soon as he left the Yun country, he was accused of being a demon. Then, he was hunted all over the world. Trouble came one after another. It was really an unexpected disaster. He thought that he had already missed the mountain and sea territory and had failed to keep his promise with Zhuo Guangxu. However, the strange case in Linzi ended early, and he needed to leave. Zhuguangshu also said that the mountain and sea territory would open in the second month of the Tao calendar. That was why he went to Chu again. Hearing Jiang Wang's words, Zhuguangshu thought of the other's thrilling experience a while ago. His hand holding the reins paused. He still looked forward, but his voice suddenly became much softer. I don't mean to blame you, Duke's was two mounts had extremely beautiful fur. Especially when they rode side by side, it was like the blue sky, the blue sea, and the mortal world. It was really pleasing to the eye and made people sigh in admiration. They were even more handsome than Lord Zhang's flaming reflection. Jiang Wang drove the horse and turned to look at him. He saw that the young general was galloping, but his figure was steady and unshakable. His elegant demeanor showed that he was a descendant of a famous family. His expression was especially proud. He looked forward with some indifference, but his voice was very weak. What are you looking at? Zhuguangshu suddenly said fiercely. Jiang Wang smiled. You're older than I thought. Zhuguangshu immediately put on his helmet and said in a dissatisfied tone, I'm already 16 years old. Ha ha ha. Jiang Wang laughed. What are you laughing at? Of course, Jiang Wang couldn't say that he had a very young sister. Her catchphrase was, I'm already 6 years old. I'm already 7 years old. Only children liked to talk like that. He just said, actually, after seeing you in person, I've always wanted to ask you a question. Zhuguangshu proudly raised his chin. What question? Jiang Wang asked curiously. Why do you still have a childish voice when you're already 16 years old? The cavalry that followed closely behind him were really well trained. Not a single one of them laughed. Zhuguangshu decided to hurry on. At least for today, he didn't want to talk to this poor man. Hey! Jiang Wang shouted. General Zhuguangshu! Little Guangshu? Don't add the word little. Zhuguangshu gnashed his teeth. Jiang Wang nodded sincerely and then asked, Isn't it inappropriate for us to gallop freely in the territory? We're about to enter the city. Do we need to slow down and let someone report to the city guard? To avoid any misunderstandings. Lord Jiang was used to traveling extensively, so he still followed the rules. He wouldn't act unscrupulously just because the Zhuo family was a famous family in Great Chu. After all, this was a serious question. Zhuguangshu had the self-awareness of being the host, so he couldn't not answer. He raised his chin and said, When the Zhuo family travels, the places along the way will be prepared. There's no need to say more. Jiang Wang was speechless for a moment. The prestige of the young Duke of Great Chu was indeed much higher than that of a certain young man in Deqi. In the kingdom of Qi, Jiang Wang would never have dared to imagine the grandeur of the kingdom of Qi, where the streets of the city were cleared and the people avoided the roads. The troops and horses didn't rest and didn't stop to pass through the city. On the morning of the third day, the horses had already stepped into Huaichang Prefecture. If Zhuguangshu didn't come to pick him up, Jiang Wang wouldn't be so fast. It wasn't that he wasn't fast enough, but that he didn't have so much freedom in the Chu territory. The Zhuo family of Great Chu was a family with 3,000 years of history. Together with the Chu family, the Dou family, and the Wu family, they were the oldest families in Chu. They had a deep foundation and a noble bloodline. Although the later generations like the Zhongli family and the Xiang family weren't necessarily inferior to the Zhuo family in terms of strength, they were inevitably inferior to the Zhuo family. As the fief of the Zhuo family, Huaichang Prefecture was very prosperous after thousands of years of operation. The Zhuo family's influence here was deeply rooted in every inch of the soil. Jiang Wang was naturally very interested in the childhood memories of the two brothers, Zhuguanglie and Zhuguangshu. However, he didn't even have time to rest in the Zhuo family's mansion before Zhuguangshu disbanded the cavalry and took him directly to Mount Luo. They had to start work as soon as they arrived in Chu. It seemed that time was really tight. Zhuguangshu didn't mention it in the letter before. Otherwise, Jiang Wang would have to bring it forward by 1 or 2 days. Forget it, he was so happy in Yun Nation, so he probably wouldn't bring it forward. They really don't waste any time. Jiang Wang sighed as they traveled in the lush Mount Luo. Huge stones paved the mountain path. The fragrance of flowers floated in the air, and the sound of birds chirping rose and fell one after another. If one didn't feel the urgency of time, they should be able to appreciate the beauty of this mountain. Zhuguangshu strode forward. Because if we want to adapt to the environment of the mountain sea realm in advance, we might not have an extra 15-minute. So, you specially came to the border town to welcome me, not to show me your endless admiration, but to save time. Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask. You just realized? Zhuguangshu rolled his eyes. He specially brought a team of elite cavalry to the border town to welcome Jiang Wang. Of course, it was to give Big Brother Jiang some extravagance. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Yes, this eye roll is very standard and complete, Jiang Wang commented. This offset his sigh at the child for not being sensible enough. But then again, Zhuguangshu's eyes were really big and bright. Unlike Chung Gungxing, every time he rolled his eyes, it seemed like he was doing it secretly. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't notice it at all. Think about something more serious, Zhuguangshu said unhappily. What was strange was that the two clearly met for the first time in the modern world, but there wasn't the slightest bit of distance between them. It was as if they were supposed to be so close. It was spring, and there was a particularly lively smell in the air. This mountain wasn't well known in the world purely because the Zhuo family didn't open it to the public. As a forbidden area in Huaichang County that no one could enter without the Zhuo family's permission, Luo Mountain was naturally not a simple place. The people of Chu often used whether or not they had an independent law development pavilion as a benchmark to determine whether or not an aristocratic family was powerful. The Zhuo family of Great Chu had 3 law development pavilions, and the largest one was at Luo Mountain. This showed the importance of this mountain. After walking for a while, Jiang Wang couldn't help but say sourly, "If you go to my fief, I will definitely run to the border town to welcome you. And not because I'm in a hurry, but because I welcome you." Of course, it was needless to say how close Qingyang town was to the border town. The round trip took less than the time it took to eat a meal. It couldn't be compared to them riding Zhuguangshu's divine chariot and running for a few days. Jiang Wang's plagiarism of Qingya Academy's elite disciple, Su Xiangqian, obviously made Zhuguangshu not know how to respond. Okay, I know," he said sullenly, "but I still treat you as a good friend, that's why I transferred the cavalry to support you. Hey, these things need to be expressed. If you don't say it, how would I know?" Jiang Wang beamed with joy. Good friend, good brother, right? Zhuguangshu quickened his pace and walked in front, which could be considered a tacit agreement. Jiang Wang smiled and followed him. Why don't you introduce this Luo mountain to me? This is the first time I've come here, so I'm completely at a loss. What kind of flowers, what kind of trees, what kind of history does it have, what kind of powerful people have come here before you can tell me all about it? Jiang Wang wasn't someone who would make friends easily. On the contrary, he was a little shy most of the time. It was only in front of Zhuguangshu that he could find joy in teasing this young man. It was as if he was looking past time to see his past self, to another possible self. Big Brother Jiang, who had come from afar, was thirsty for knowledge. Zhuguangshu could only introduce him casually, but he secretly quickened his pace. The mountain path forked and turned left, passing through a flower bed and a suspension bridge. After enduring the demonic sound for a long time, Zhuguangshu finally breathed a sigh of relief. We're here. The suspension bridge behind them had long been hidden in the clouds. What they saw in front of them was a sealed valley. The mountain path paved with stone slabs extended from the suspension bridge to here and finally stopped in front of a huge stone door. This was a very thick and heavy stone door. The texture on the door was roughly the same as the stone itself. It was very rough. It had an ancient feeling of dullness. There were no guards in front of the stone door, but there was a tower on the left and right side. "Uncle Scar!" Zhuguangshu shouted. There was someone on the tower. It was definitely an expert, because before Zhuguangshu shouted, Jiang Wang hadn't sensed the presence on the tower. At this moment, on the left tower, a presence appeared out of nowhere, like a ferocious beast waking up. Jiang Wang immediately sensed danger. "The person you invited has arrived?" A man with a slanted scar on his face looked down at Jiang Wang from the tower. It was just a casual glance, but Jiang Wang felt that the man was looking for his weakness. He stood motionless, but his muscles had quietly tightened. He was ready to fight at any time. He wasn't worried about any accidents happening in the Zhou family's territory, but it was a kind of fighting instinct. After cultivating to this level, his body's instinct didn't allow him to relax in the face of danger. "That's right," Zhuguangshu answered confidently. The man called Uncle Scar didn't say much. He didn't seem to have much interest in Jiang Wang. He withdrew his gaze and casually pressed behind him. The two huge stone doors slowly opened. Today's guaranteed update has been delivered. The next chapter will be at 12 noon. I'll get up around 9 o'clock, write for 2 hours, and refine for an hour. This is how the morning is arranged. How much more I can get depends on how many monthly votes you cast. Chapter 1408. Rumble. The sound of the stone door being pushed open sounded like a moving mountain. Judging from the situation, these two stone doors were more than 10,000 kilograms heavy. 100,000 kilograms. Zhuguangshu noticed Jiang Wang's expression and explained, "These two stone doors are 100,000 kilograms heavy. With this senior guarding this place, why would we need such a heavy door?" Jiang Wang said in a tone that sounded like he was trying to curry favor with a friend's elder. Uncle Scar on the tower didn't say anything. He was expressionless. Zhuguangshu pulled him, lowered his head, and hurried to walk inside. He secretly transmitted his voice to Jiang Wang, "Stop talking." "What's wrong?" Jiang Wang didn't pay attention and staggered. He transmitted his voice back unconvinced. "I'm trying to build a relationship with the strong man in your family, so that people won't say that you don't know etiquette. I know the etiquette of Chu very well. I've read books. Have you heard of Shi Dao chiseling the sea? It's so thick and so long." Zhuguangshu's face was full of shame. He walked inside with his head down. The building behind the stone door wasn't as complicated as he had imagined. After the two of them walked through the stone door, the first thing that entered their line of sight was a long corridor paved with stone brick. Jiang Wang couldn't understand the formation patterns carved on the brick, but the formation patterns were very beautiful. The pursuit of beautiful things was engraved in the bones of the people of Chu. Even the style of the formation patterns was gorgeous. On both sides of the corridor, there were many symmetrical rooms sealed by translucent crystal doors. They didn't know what was in them. The stone door behind them closed slowly. Only then did Zhuguangshu explain, "This isn't a matter of etiquette. The key is that Uncle Scar isn't guarding here. He's being punished here. Aren't you pointing at his nose and cursing him? So that's why praising him for being a good guard was no different from cursing him to stay in prison for a few more years. No wonder that Uncle Scar didn't even give him an expression." Jiang Wang already knew that he had said something wrong, but he felt that he was despised by his underling, so he still felt very uncomfortable. He muttered, "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Zhuguangshu choked for a moment. In the end, he didn't say the words, "I didn't expect you to talk so much out loud." Instead, he quickly got to the point. "Let's talk about the mountain sea realm. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his tools. We must first adapt to the environment in the mountain sea territory. Only then can we ensure that we have complete combat strength in the Mountain Sea territory. Is the environment there very bad? Jiang Wang asked. The environment there is completely different from the outside world, Zhuguangshu said. My family imitated the environment in the Mountain Sea territory and specially refined this place. He looked ahead of him and said with lingering fear, and this place is called the Mountain Sea Purgatory. Purgatory? Jiang Wang was a little surprised. Zhuguangshu said, I think the name is very appropriate. Every room in front of you is a purgatory in the human world. The youth in front of him confirmed that the next few days of cultivation would be difficult. Jiang Wang actually laughed. If I knew I would have to suffer like this, maybe I would have run away halfway. Zhuguangshu glared at him. Actually, even now I don't really understand. Jiang Wang couldn't help but ask, this Mountain Sea territory, what kind of place is it? Zhuguangshu seriously thought about it, as if he was thinking about how to clearly explain it to Jiang Wang. Then he said, the Mountain Sea territory is a place between reality and illusion. It is a world that Huang Weizhen created from nothing, a world that she personally created. Maybe it is just a game, maybe it hides a heaven-shaking secret. The people who came out of there all described its wonders, but no one could say it clearly. Almost everyone said that what they described was just in case, and when we pieced together everyone's words, we really couldn't get a complete picture. It is more complicated and vast than everything that anyone who has experienced it has seen. Because of this, it also has more possibilities that transcend imagination. I can only say that I can't accurately explain it to you, because I also haven't gone in. And the information we have now is perhaps only a leopard's spot, a leaf in autumn. I can't tell you that a leopard is a spot and autumn is a leaf. I'm more and more interested. Jiang Wang turned his head to look at the tunnel in front of him. He only had curiosity and no fear. Then let us start from this Mountain Sea purgatory. Huang Weizhen, the one who made Shumi Mountain's Zhan Master Zhao return after seeing her, the one who created Developing Law Pavilion, the one who made Chu's spells the best in the world, the one who was known as the most romantic in 3,000 years, in Chu, the Mountain Sea territory he left behind, what kind of spectacle was it? When Zhuguangshu described it, he actually used the word world. Jiang Wang was really full of expectations. The ancient sages were like the bright moon, often making the later generations look up. Cultivators followed the past and the present. If they wanted to achieve greatness, they naturally had to open up the future. But before that, they had to at least see the scenery that their predecessors had already experienced. Dispelling the fog of history, exploring the legends that had been silent in time, this was the romance of cultivators. If we want to understand the Mountain Sea territory in advance, we are already in the most appropriate place. Zhuguangshu walked forward in the tunnel, reaching out to pat the crystal door of the first room on the left. Brother Jiang, you are good friends with the young master of Zhanggenjia. Presumably you are not unfamiliar with the power of Chongxian? Jiang Wang laughed. Of course I dare not be unfamiliar with it. He took Yung Genzuan as his opponent. How could he not familiarize himself with the power of Chongxian? It was a pity that Cheng Gengxing did not take down Chongshuan's divine ability. Relying only on the control of Chongshuan's secret technique, no matter how perfect it was still fundamentally different from a divine ability. Although he was already completely familiar with Cheng Gengxing's secret technique of Chongxian, he could not guarantee that he would be able to face the power of Chongxian. Zhuguangshu did not think too much about it, but continued to introduce. The power of Chongxian can be divided into yin and yang. It is the power of clear qi to rise, and the power of turbid qi to sink. In the present world, we are also constantly affected by the power of Chongxian. But most of it tends to be a normal state, neither increasing nor decreasing, and our bodies have long been used to it. Jiang Wang was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the Zhuo family to have studied the power of Chongxian. Zhuo Guangshu glanced at him. In the world, those who control the secret technique of Chongxian are the most Qi Chongxian family. It is an instinct that flows in their blood, and others cannot compare. But that does not mean that others have not studied the power of Chongxian. What is the relationship between the Mountain Sea realm and the power of Chongxian? The power of Chongxian that we feel in the present world is on a completely different level from the power that we feel in the Mountain Sea realm. In that place, it is as if someone is constantly using the secret technique of Chongxian on you, causing you to constantly sink. What we need to bear is the power of Chongxian that is hundreds of times stronger than what we have in the present world. The crystal door of the first room on the left became completely transparent as Zhuo Guangshu tapped it lightly. Standing in the corridor and looking through the transparent crystal door, they saw that it was extremely spacious behind the crystal door. It was not the kind of place that Jiang Wang had imagined. On the contrary, behind the crystal door was an open area. It vaguely looked like some wasteland. The sky was dark and the clouds were extremely heavy. Rhinoceros peaks with horns, rugged rocks of strange shapes. It gave people a very oppressive feeling. Behind this crystal door, it seemed to lead to a completely different place. It was too unlike Luoshan. Of all the Mountain Sea purgatories, the one that repeats the most is the Chongxian purgatory. You can't say that it repeats. It's a kind of advancement. Zhuo Guangshu casually formed a seal and explained to Jiang Wang, "In this room, it is filled with the power of Chongxian that is 10 times stronger than in the present world. We can go in and get used to it first." As his words fell, the crystal door slowly rose until it was completely absorbed into the stone wall. However, there was still a layer of crystal door in the inner room. It was a double-layered crystal door design. Presumably, it was to prevent the power of Chongxian from invading from the inner room, which was why it had such a structure. Jiang Wang naturally had no objections. He followed closely behind Zhuo Guangshu and walked to the middle of the 2 layers of crystal door. At this time, the outer layer of crystal door slowly fell and completely closed. Only then did the inner layer of crystal door open. The moment the crystal door opened, Jiang Wang immediately felt the pressure. The pressure was much denser and heavier than in the present world, covering every part of his body. It made him want to lie on the ground, but he couldn't lie on the ground because his blood and muscles were heavier. "How is it?" Zhuo Guangshu took the lead and walked into the desolate land. He stood beside a strange stone shaped like a demon and turned around to look at Jiang Wang. "Can you get used to it?" Jiang Wang grasped the details of his body. The muscles on his body trembled slightly at a very high speed as he walked forward slowly. However, the question that came out of his mouth was completely irrelevant. "Does this door lead to another place? No matter how I look at it, it doesn't look like the Luoshan we were in just now, nor does it look like the valley." After entering the crystal door, their vision was liberated. They could finally see their surroundings clearly. Everywhere they looked, there were strange stones. And those stones, in their natural form, were grotesque, chaotic, and terrifying. They could also hear the cold and solemn sound of the wind, which made them feel even more oppressed. This clearly wasn't a blessed land. In the mountain and sea purgatory, there are indeed many rooms that are connected to special places through formations, Zhuo Guangshu explained. But this room isn't. This room is still in Luoshan. The reason why this place is so big and desolate is completely different from Luoshan. It's all because of the formations. Jiang Wang didn't understand formations, so he could only nod in agreement. But at this moment, suddenly, crack! The strange rock next to Zhuo Guangshu suddenly cracked open, and a sharp stone claw stretched out. Jiang Wang calmly observed the changes. He saw Zhuo Guangshu's robe fluttering as he casually grabbed the stone claw. He easily broke it and threw it behind him. He pressed his palm on the strange stone. With a push, the stone collapsed into a pile of rubble before it could completely transform into a demon. It piled up neatly on the ground. This is a stone golem puppet made by the school of Moism. It's used to simulate the environment in the mountain and sea realm, Zhuguangshu said casually. The stone golems in the mountain and sea realm won't be so easy to deal with. Apart from the environment that's 10 times stronger than Chongshuan's in the main world, there are only stone golems here? Jiang Wang asked. Yes, there are only stone golems in this room, so the environment is relatively simple. Zhuguangshu said, because you've never been in such an environment, I think you'll need to slowly adapt from simple to complex. Jiang Wang used his body to feel the environment and smiled. You're very thoughtful. Zhuguangshu looked at Jiang Wang and said, I think you have a general understanding of this place. Not really. I've just started to get to know it. Jiang Wang was very humble. Let's spar. Zhuguangshu's tone was faintly excited. I'll help you adapt to this environment as soon as possible. When one cultivated to Jiang Wang's level, lifting 1,000 pounds was as easy as flipping one's hand. The pressure of Chongshuan's power was not enough to affect him at all. However, if one's body had to endure the pressure of Chongshuan's power at all times, it was indeed difficult to ensure that one's combat strength would not be affected. Of course, Zhuguangshu had already adapted to it countless times. Not to mention this room that was 10 times stronger than Chongshuan's power. In a room that was 100 times stronger than Chongshuan's power, he was already able to move freely. Therefore, it was inevitable that he would want to defeat Jiang Wang at this time. After all, ever since Jiang Wang became the #1 inner mansion in the Great Illusionary Realm, he had never defeated Jiang Wang even once in a real battle. Jiang Wang would never give in to him. Little Guangshu's thoughts were almost written on his face. It was not difficult to see through him. However, looking at his eager appearance, Jiang Wang could not help but press his forehead. No matter what, I've already established the Starlight Holy Tower. No matter how easy it is to cross the gap between the inner mansion and the outer mansion. After all, I'm also the #1 inner mansion in history, and I've personally established the Star Tower next to the main star of Yuheng. How can you be so brave at such a young age? And to be honest, although Chongxian Fat did not take down Chongshuan's magical powers, his research and application of Dao techniques was impeccable. Although he was unwilling to fight with Jiang Wang later on, in order to let Jiang Wang adapt to Yonggenzuan's combat style as much as possible, he personally controlled the field and assisted in training a lot. In other words, this environment with Chongshuan's power was nothing to Jiang Wang. He walked slowly at first, purely because he was wary of the unfamiliar environment, and also because he wanted to tease little Guangshu. Who would have thought that this young man would have such a wild ambition? I'd better adapt a little more. Jiang Wang said hesitantly, I still don't feel very comfortable. Zhuguangshu's eyes shone brightly. Fighting is the fastest way to adapt to the environment. We've always done this before. He spoke from his own experience, reasoned and moved him emotionally. How long will it take for you to adapt slowly? The Mountain Sea territory will open on February 16th, and we don't have much time. Time waits for no man. Is that so? Jiang Wang was still a little hesitant. His face was 3% shaken, 6% hesitant, and 1% nervous. His expression was very precise. Come, come. Zhuguangshu invited him enthusiastically. We'll just fight casually to adapt to the environment as soon as possible. Don't think too much. If you must fight at this time. Jiang Wang sighed. All right then. After a short 20 breaths, bang. Zhuguangshu fell from mid-air into a pile of strange rocks, smashing the ground and filling the air with dust. Jiang Wang flew over slowly, his face full of concern. Come, little Guangshu, let me help you. Zhuguangshu climbed up from the pile of strange rocks, wiped the stains on his forehead, and said in a muffled voice, no need. After he stood still, he couldn't help but say, "You've adapted well. Actually, it's not that good. I've been fighting against it forcefully," Jiang Wang said with some regret. "So I can't hold back. Little Guangshu, are you okay?" Zhuo Guangshu was immersed in the unhappiness of his defeat and forgot to correct the word little. "I think this room has limited effect on your training." After all, he was a vigorous youth. After being depressed for a while, he said with great ambition, "Let's go. We'll go directly to the room to adapt to 50 times the strength of Chongxian." "The jump is that big? Don't worry, you'll adapt well," Zhuo Guangshu encouraged him. Jiang Wang looked a little embarrassed, but he still nodded reluctantly. "Okay, I'll do anything to help you." The two of them then walked out of the room. The crystal door slowly closed and returned to its translucent state. They could vaguely see something, but they couldn't see it clearly. Zhuo Guangshu led the way to the 5th room on the left. This time, he didn't say anything and directly opened the door. Behind this crystal door was a desert environment. Sand and wind filled the sky, obscuring one's vision. Occasionally, poisonous creatures such as stone puppets and sand scorpions would appear and disappear in sight. Having already experienced it once, Jiang Wang completely understood that the environment was secondary. It was to let people know that there were such things in the mountain sea realm and not to let down their guard. In the Chongxian purgatory, the most important thing was the omnipresent Chongxian strength. 50 times the strength of Chongxian strength in the modern world, in fact, already exceeded the pressure that Cheng Gongxing usually exerted. But for Jiang Wang, he could still adapt. So after 20 breaths, Zhuo Guangshu was buried in the sand. During the battle, Jiang Wang was full of energy. Once the battle was over, he seemed to be unable to adapt to this environment again. Not only did he fly slowly, but even his words were slow, like an old man. "Little Guangshu, are you okay?" Not long after, ba, ba. Zhuo Guangshu crawled out of the sand and kept spitting out sand. "I'm fine," he said dejectedly with a sullen face. At this time, his body and face were covered in sand, and a sand scorpion was hanging on his messy hair. No one would be able to tell that this young man covered in yellow sand was the handsome young duke. "How about I slowly adapt on my own?" Jiang Wang said. "You've adapted very well." Zhuo Guangshu gritted his teeth. "Let's go to the room with 100 times the strength of Chongxian's strength. Isn't the improvement too fast?" Jiang Wang cautiously objected. "It's not fast, not fast." In order to coax Jiang Wang to keep up, Zhuo Guangshu even flattered him in passing. "With your talent, I think a room with 200 times the strength of Chongxian's strength won't be a problem for you." "Oh, is that so?" Jiang Wang scratched his head and smiled bashfully. "Really, I'm telling the truth. I've adapted myself. It's only been a few days." Zhuo Guangshu hurried a few steps. "Come on, this is the room." Jiang Wang laughed indulgently. "I really don't know what to do with you." He stepped forward and followed. The transition from a room with 10 times the strength of Chongxian's strength to a room with 100 times the strength of Chongxian's strength took no more than half a day. Indeed, it could be called godly speed. The room with 100 times the strength of Chongxian's strength was a huge square stone room. There was nothing inside. It was exactly as Jiang Wang had expected at the beginning, like a sealed practice room. Under this kind of pressure, the cost of building an environment is extremely high, and it's not easy to preserve it, so we avoided those useless things. Starting from the room with 60 times the strength of Chongxian's strength, it's all like this. As Zhuo Guangshu walked in, he explained, "It's definitely different from the situation in the Mountain Sea territory." After walking into this room, Jiang Wang clearly felt the disharmony of his body. The terrifying pressure made it difficult to breathe. The strength of Chongxian's strength, which was equivalent to 100 times the environment in the main world, crushed every part of his body. Even the flow of his blood. It was a little sluggish. He needed to use his Tao energy to slightly push it. It wasn't until his muscles made an adaptive change that the flow of his blood became relatively natural. The environment is a small matter. The main thing is to adapt to this kind of pressure. As Jiang Wang spoke, he slowly took a step forward. This step seemed steady, but Jiang Wang himself knew that Zhuo Guangxu also understood that he couldn't maintain his posture. This so-called posture wasn't about etiquette or anything else. After experiencing countless battles, Jiang Wang had long since formed an instinctive posture that could quickly enter a combat state at any time. In different environments and facing different situations, the body would instinctively make adjustments to adapt to possible battles. Just like before outside the stone door, when that Uncle Scar glanced at him, he immediately entered a combat state. The loss of this combat state undoubtedly showed that Jiang Wang wasn't used to it, although Jiang Wang quickly adjusted. Of course, there was an essential difference between an instinctive reaction and a conscious confrontation. "Come, I'll spar with you again." Zhuo Guangxu's voice was a little higher, and his beautiful eyes were full of fighting spirit. Jiang Wang, who had beaten this youth twice in a row, naturally had no reason to refuse. "Then let's give it a try?" Putting aside all the influence of the environment, this empty practice room was the most important test of the battle itself. The moment the two sides opened up their stances, light blue smoke suddenly rose from Zhuo Guangxu's body, surrounding him like a layer of armor. This was a change that had never happened before. Then, with a twist of his feet, he approached. Almost like a blue phantom, he flashed in front of Jiang Wang's eyes. This speed was unprecedentedly fast, far faster than his performance in the room where Chongshuan's strength was 50 times and Chongshuan's strength was 10 times. Chongshuan's strength had been strengthened so many times, but Zhuo Guangxu was even faster. Of course, this speed was far from the point where Jiang Wang couldn't react in time, but when he seized the opportunity and cut down with his palm like a knife. But he cut empty air. At the same time, his abdomen was hit by a punch. His whole body arched, and he was directly sent flying. Jiang Wang immediately realized that it wasn't that Zhuo Guangxu was too fast, but that he was too slow. He indeed couldn't immediately adapt to this Chongshuan's strength, which was 100 times stronger than the environment in the modern world. His body couldn't keep up with his combat awareness. But Zhuo Guangxu, under the cover of the smoke armor, almost completely ignored the influence of Chongshuan's strength. In the process of flying backward, Jiang Wang constantly adjusted the details of his body, hoping to quickly adapt and return to normal. But in such an extreme environment, how could it be achieved immediately? And at this time, Zhuo Guangxu had already caught up. His hands clasped together, and a small cannon came down. Obviously, he wanted to take revenge and smash him to the ground. At this moment, on Jiang Wang's chest and abdomen, 5 light sources lit up one after another. In an instant, 5 prefectures lit up at the same time, and he entered the state of the heavenly palace physique. Zhuo Guangxu's cannon hammer was held by a single hand. With a turn of his hand, he had already grabbed Zhuo Guangxu's cannon hammer. Clenching his fists tightly, he turned around and smashed Zhuo Guangxu to the ground. Bam! There was a loud noise. In the state of 5 prefectures lit up at the same time, his body was strengthened to the extreme, and he used the light of the 5 divine abilities to protect himself, temporarily resisting the influence of Chongshuan's strength. Of course, this move was steady, accurate, and ruthless, but it was indeed a little shameless. It was agreed that this was a spar to adapt to the environment. Displaying the peak state of 5 prefectures lit up at the same time did not have the effect of adapting to the environment at all. In the Mountain Sea realm, the shortest time was a few days and the longest was a few months. How could he always maintain the state of the Tianfu realm? Jiang Wang turned around and saw Zhuo Guangxu somersaulting, as if he had endless energy, and rushing toward him again. In the light blue smoke armor, the young man's eyes flickered, and he was unwilling to admit defeat. Jiang Wang was actually already a little distressed. But he only used firm steps to shatter the green clouds and collided with him head-on. The two of them collided. Jiang Wang, who was surrounded by the light of 5 prefectures, and Zhuguangshu, who was surrounded by the blue smoke armor, exchanged dozens of punches and kicks in an instant. Punches came for punches, elbows came for palms, knees collided for knees. In a small space, the two of them carried out the most intense attack. Finally, Jiang Wang broke the smoke armor with a sword finger, announcing the end of the battle. He bent his sword finger and punched, directly smashing Zhuguangshu to the ground. Boom! Zhuguangshu lay on the ground. So strong. He was panting. Although the close-range fight just now was short, he had exploded with too much power, and it made him a little weak. Of course, he knew that Jiang Wang was very strong, but he had improved a lot in this period of time, and he had already adapted to the environment of the Chongxian Purgatory. He didn't expect that he still couldn't win. There was no chance at all. Jiang Wang retracted the light of the 5 prefectures and flew in front of Zhuguangshu. He lowered his head and looked at him with a gentle gaze. "How do you feel?" Zhuguangshu panted twice and then said, "Thank you." Jiang Wang smiled. "Thank me for what?" "Thank you for respecting me, for not really treating me like a child, and for not deliberately letting me win." As Zhuguangshu spoke, he put his hand on Jiang Wang's outstretched hand. Jiang Wang pulled the young man up and said, "Of course I treat you like a child, but in battle, age doesn't matter. Guangshu, you've already done very well. In the great illusionary realm, you should be able to reach the top 3 of the inner mansion stage." Zhuguangshu didn't tell him about his recent ranking on the sword discourse arena. For Jiang Wang to be able to judge so accurately, it meant that he had indeed jumped far beyond the level of the inner mansion stage. Glancing at him, Zhuguangshu didn't refute anything, but asked, "How's my unshielded smoke armor?" Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment, and realized that he was talking about the light blue smoke armor just now. He said with some surprise, "That's a Dao technique that you developed yourself?" "Of course." Zhuguangshu raised his chin. "It's a Dao technique that I developed specifically for the environment of a 100-fold Chongxian force. It can spontaneously resist the environment of extreme Chongxian force, and allow the user to unleash battle power without being affected. Do you want to learn?" He looked at Jiang Wang, and there was a hint of expectation in his pride. Of course. Jiang Wang was very willing to give Zhuguangshu face outside of battle, and was very enthusiastic. "This kind of profound Dao technique is exactly what I've been dreaming of. Quickly teach me." Zhuguangshu, speaking of which, he did hope to gain this guy's approval. But at this moment there was only awkwardness. Why could flattery have the effect of ridicule? Zhuguangshu took a deep breath and told himself not to be too calculative. Maybe he was being too sensitive? "Then let's talk about this Dao technique. I think it will be of some help to our journey to the Mountain Sea realm. Why did I use the form of smoke? Because it has a lot of free space and can withstand more changes. The specific manifestation of this Dao technique is..." The two of them began to teach Dao techniques in this environment of a 100-fold Chongxian force. One was teaching seriously while the other was learning in high spirit. "Aren't you too much of a genius? How did you think of this step? It's simply amazing, shocking me, and making me dumbfounded. I'm sincerely convinced." Zhuguangshu continued, "Speaking of this Dao technique, the most important thing is to understand the effect of elemental energy on the environment. Look, from the effect of this part of elemental energy, it can..." What a brilliant idea! Back then, Huang Weizhen was just like this, right? You're only 16 years old this year. To be able to create such an exquisite Dao technique at the age of 16, you're really a terrifying talent. Stop talking. Zhuguangshu finally couldn't help but say, "Why don't you teach me?" Jiang Wang blinked. He didn't understand what was wrong with children these days. "You're not happy when I praise you?" "Of course you'll teach, Jiang Wang said embarrassedly. His original plan was to beat up this handsome young man several times and turn him into a little beggar who wandered the world. It was also time to have a good chat and rely on his affinity to ease the relationship. One shouldn't hold back in a battle, but there were true feelings in the world. It wasn't difficult to praise him a few times, so why not? He didn't expect this child to be so ungrateful. Cheese Lord Jiang had no choice but to silently shut his mouth and listen to the young Duke of Great Chu's lecture. To be honest, the non-resisting smoke armor was indeed a rather impressive Dao technique. It almost perfectly solved the problem it needed to solve: the resistance against the Chongxian force in the natural environment. No matter how extreme the Chongxian environment was, as long as it was a place where elemental energy existed, elemental energy would exist in a way. This Dao technique started from the level of elemental energy, using the cultivator's own Dao energy as the driving force. Using a similar formation, it used the smoke armor to create an environment that covered the cultivator's body. Using the environment to fight the environment. Every step of the Dao technique was created for this purpose. None of the steps were redundant, and Jiang Wang almost couldn't find any areas that could be improved. Zhuguangshu's talent in Dao techniques could be seen through this technique. Jiang Wang studied seriously, and Zhuguangshu taught diligently. They quickly grasped this Dao technique. However, Zhuguangshu used water elemental energy as the foundation. After grasping the essence of this Dao technique, Jiang Wang changed to fire elemental energy, which he was more proficient in. Once the non-resisting smoke armor was activated, fiery red smoke curled around his body, as if he was wearing red armor. Jiang Wang floated in the air, feeling a rare sense of relaxation. The extreme Chongxian environment seemed to have completely lost its influence. His limbs and bones were all at ease. Zhuguangshu, who was wearing the light blue smoke armor, floated opposite him. The non-resisting smoke armor had obviously been tested in battle, but Jiang Wang still needed to experience it personally. Therefore, a spar was very necessary. The smoke blurred each other's faces. The man in the fiery red smoke looked like he was burning. At this moment, he was so brilliant that it was difficult to look at him directly. Zhuguangshu suddenly remembered a conversation. The little him looked up and asked, "Brother, Grandpa said you created another powerful Dao technique. You are the most talented person in Chu, right? How could that be?" The man reached out and rubbed his hair. "I was waiting for you to teach me." "You didn't wait for me, I'm ready." Jiang Wang's voice sounded. His voice was calm, but it was also very real. This was not the great illusionary land. This was reality in Chu's Huaichang County, Luo Mountain, the mountain sea purgatory. Everything that was remembered and the past would always be in his heart. Everything was real, clear, and in the present. Zhuguangshu clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. In an instant, his body was like a galloping horse, and he was like a fiend god. "Then I'm coming." Chapter 1409. At the end of the battle, Jiang Wang had a deeper understanding of the Taoist technique, non-imperial smoke armor. It was indeed a Taoist technique very suitable for the Chongxian environment. "Do you have any problems after personally using it?" Zhuguangshu asked, looking at him eagerly. Jiang Wang was about to speak when the youth added with a serious expression, "If you have any questions, just ask them. Don't beat around the bush. The mountain sea realm is very important to me." The last sentence made Jiang Wang lose the mood to joke. He thought for a moment and said with the same seriousness, "Non-imperial smoke armor is a very good Taoist technique, but it might not have that much significance." Zhuguangshu was silent for a moment. Good guy. When he praised it, He praised it endlessly, but when he criticized it, he directly denied the significance of this Taoist technique. In the end, he was not someone who couldn't stand criticism. He asked with a proper attitude, "Why do you say that?" Non-imperial smoke armor is a Taoist technique specially created for the extreme Chongxian environment. Its application space is innately narrow. And even in the extreme Chongxian environment, when should this Taoist technique be used? It can't be used all the time, right? Jiang Wang said seriously. It must be used in battle, but in a short battle, under the state of 5 prefectures simultaneously brilliant, I can also resist the influence of 100 times Chongxian environment. Why bother? Zhuo Guangshu was silent for a moment and said, I created the non-imperial smoke armor to be used all the time. We need to ensure that we are in the best state at all times. We need to be able to react in the best state at all times. This is the significance of the non-imperial smoke armor. It only consumes Taoist essence, not more energy. At the same time, it can ensure our condition. At this point, Zhuo Guangshu added, the mountain sea realm is very dangerous. Jiang Wang frowned. Then the consumption of Taoist essence will be a very big problem. How long do those who participate in the mountain sea realm usually stay in the mountain sea realm? If it's too long, the non-imperial smoke armor that consumes Taoist essence will become a burden. We may stay for a day or two, or a month or two, Zhuo Guangshu said. But this is not a problem. We will bring enough primeval stones. The word enough instantly silenced Jiang Wang. Perhaps this was the limitation of his way of thinking. He realized that he was the one looking up at the sky. He only thought about how to survive the long period of time and how to reduce the consumption of his Tao energy. After all, using primordial stones to maintain the abundance of Tao energy was simply too extravagant. Judging from the terrifying consumption of the no-smoke armor under the environment of 100 times Chongshuan's power, it would consume about 1 primeval stone a day. In terms of a month's time, one person would earn 30 primeval stones per month, so 2 people would earn 60 primeval stones. What kind of concept was 60 primeval stones? It was equivalent to 60 A-grade meridian unlocking pills and 20 premium squirrel boxes. Even someone as strong as Yu Beidu, who was a perfected person of the present age, would offer him primordial stones as a reward. In the end, he didn't give it to her. Jiang Wang had left Qi for Chu and traveled such a long distance. He had shamelessly asked Cheng Gengxing for traveling expenses, but Cheng Gengxing had only stingily taken out a few primeval stones. And this was when their Desheng trading company had already developed and Cheng Gengxing's pockets had become plentiful. And now they had yet to see anything, but Zhuo Guangshu was already prepared to throw 60 primeval stones into the mountain sea territory. Then I have no problem. With sufficient Tao energy, the no-smoke armor is very suitable, Jiang Wang said. Zhuo Guangshu said, even so, we have to try our best to adapt our bodies to such an environment. We have to consider the situation of using up too many primeval stones or losing a storage box. Of course, unless we live in such an environment for many years, no matter how the body adapts, it will not be as free as without the no-smoke armor. Of course. But speaking of which, Jiang Wang looked around. How did you create the Chongxian environment here? Does the Zhuo family also have Chongxian theurgy? Zhuo Guangshu explained, part of it is the heavy stone. This kind of ore that naturally strengthens or reduces the power of the nearby Chongxian is very rare. Another part of it is the Chongxian formation disk produced by the Zhanggenjia, or that naturally strengthens or reduces the power of the nearby Chongxian. Jiang Wang almost immediately thought of Xian Kong Temple. Xian Kong Stone? He asked. Zhuo Guangshu said, also called Xian Kong Stone or Feather Stone, it is of course one of them, but it is almost extinct now. Xian Kong Stone was extinct. That saying, using all the Xian Kong stone in the world to build Xian Kong Temple, was not an exaggeration? This kind of precious stone could be monopolized by Xian Kong Temple. Jiang Wang could not help but think. Xian Kong Temple might have been stronger in the past than it was now. Xian Kong Temple was still one of the top sects in the world today. What would it be like when it was stronger and more glorious? The Zhenggenjia actually sold formation discs to Chu? Jiang Wang asked another question he was concerned about. Many forces will build complex Chongxian environments to aid cultivation. Chongxian formation discs are the pillar of the Zhenggenjia's industry. Zhuo Guangshu said with some surprise. They make a fortune from this, and you don't know? I don't care about this. Jiang Wang shook his head and said, and since it is a pillar of the industry, Cheng Gongxing is probably not qualified to take over this business yet. Zhuo Guangshu nodded. That's true. The two stayed in the extreme Chongxian environment for 3 days, and then temporarily ended their cultivation. It was not that their bodies could not bear it, but that Jiang Wang had begun to adapt. Along the way, Jiang Wang laid the foundation for his physical body with the Four Spirits body refining technique. Later, he took the Sherman grass given by old Madame Li. Before going to the river viewing platform, he enjoyed the heavenly baths in the hot spring palace. Then, he had the unique body refining technique of the 5 residences of the Divine Mansion. Under the condition of abundant star power, he completed the body refining of the outer level of the Starlight Realm unconsciously. His physical body had become quite strong. Although it might not be as strong as Yung Genzuan, who could beat Na Liang, it was no worse than the average military cultivator. With such a strong physical body, and his familiarity with the power of Chongxian, he adapted to the Chongxian environment very quickly. Zhuo Guangshu was very happy. According to his original estimation, Jiang Wang should need about 6 to 10 days to fully adapt to the environment where the power of Chongxian was 100 times stronger. The Tianjiao, who was invited to help, took 15 days. Therefore, as soon as he picked up Jiang Wang, he rushed to Mount Luoshan. He did not even set up a table for the banquet. He was in a hurry. He did not expect that Jiang Wang only needed 3 days to complete the adaptation training. This saved them time for future training. Yes, in addition to the training in the extreme Chongxian environment, there were many other types of training. The mountain and sea purgatory, which the Zhuo family built to imitate the environment of the mountain and sea realm, was not just a few rooms built in the extreme Chongxian environment. To be honest, the environment where the power of Chongxian was crushing could not be considered a purgatory. Jiang Wang happily ended the training in the Chongxian environment. There was no room for rest at all. He was pulled by Zhuo Guangshu to open the other crystal doors one by one. As soon as he entered the door, his skin cracked and his body began to bleed. The purgatory of gold, the purgatory of wood with entangled branches and enemies everywhere, the purgatory of water with heavy pressure and suffocating pressure. In addition, there was the purgatory of fire, the purgatory of earth, the purgatory of wind, the purgatory of thunder. All kinds of extremely harsh environments were played out in the secret base of Mount Luoshan Valley. Jiang Wang could be said to be climbing a mountain of swords and diving into a pot of boiling oil. The legendary 18 levels of hell were probably just like this. He had already suffered enough with Zhuo Guangshu before entering the mountain and sea realm. Even with his tenacity, he only frowned every day and then his face fell. In just half a month, Jiang Wang had almost forgotten the purpose of coming to Chu. How was he here to help? He was here to serve his sentence. He was relying on the strength of not losing face in front of his subordinates to maintain his basic dignity. On the other hand, Zhuo Guangshu, who entered all kinds of extreme environments with him, was in high spirits every day. So much so that Jiang Wang had some doubts. Was the mountain and sea realm really that tough? Was Zhuo Guangshu deliberately tormenting him? Was this revenge? But no matter how difficult it was in the mountain and sea purgatory, Zhuguangshu was not absent from every cultivation session. As his elder brother, he really had no reason to avoid it. Speaking of which, the cultivation resources and all kinds of enjoyment for the disciples of the top clans were the best in the world. However, in order to temper themselves, they had to suffer all kinds of hardship. The most important thing was that they could safely endure hardships and temper themselves. Take Zhuguangshu for example. The resources needed to build a mountain and sea purgatory were unimaginable for Jiang Wang. With this mountain and sea purgatory, Zhuguangshu could adapt to all kinds of difficult environments in advance in a completely safe situation in his own home. Those who were not born in a good family could only adapt when they encountered it. And all the environments that could be considered difficult for transcendent realm cultivators were also environments that could bring real danger to their lives. Most of the harsh environments in life only required resources to adapt to the former, while the latter could only consume one's life. That was the difference. That was why it was said that those big clans could generally see geniuses, because their geniuses would definitely grow into geniuses. And those geniuses who were not born in a good family might not be able to wait until the time to shine. Of course, when it came to the level of peerless Tianjiao like Dou Zhao and Yung Genzuan, it was not just a good family background that could nurture them. Talent, hard work, talent, and opportunity, none of them could be lacking. After cultivating in the mountain and sea purgatory for a full 18 days, it was finally time to come out of seclusion. If it weren't for his dignity in front of his little brother, Jiang Wang would have almost burst into tears. He was not a person who couldn't endure hardships. What kind of predicament had he not experienced along the way? But he could not stand to change so much every day, so much so that his reverence for Huang Weizhen had decreased a lot. He even suspected that Huang Weizhen had some perverted fetish for deliberately torturing people in the mountain and sea realm. With a casual grab, he grabbed the water droplets on his and Jiang Wang's clothes and hair. After coming out of the purgatory of water, Zhuguangshu's mood was obviously better than when he came out of the other purgatories. Because this was the purgatory where he could gain an advantage in front of Jiang Wang. His eyes were bright and his smile was cute. How is it? The cultivation effect is very good, right? In the end, even his clothes and hair were wet. It was enough to show how difficult it was in the other purgatory. Jiang Wang said neither coldly nor warmly, "It's okay." Zhuguangshu walked out of the tunnel and said casually, "We can go to Ying City now. First, we can rest and adjust our state. Second, my grandfather has long wanted to see you." As a taciturn elder brother, Jiang Wang said concisely, "Okay." They walked out of the mountain and sea purgatory and left the huge stone door behind them. Jiang Wang had a strong sense of relief. He really wanted to lie on the ground and have a good sleep. But after all, he had to maintain his elder brother's dignity, so not only did he not relax, he even looked back and was reluctant to leave. "Let's go." Zhuguangshu pulled him. "We'll come again next time when we have time." It's okay if you don't have time. I won't force you." On the stone tower, Uncle Scar looked expressionlessly at the two people walking away. The handsome young man in the aqua-blue robe was half a head shorter than the handsome man in the green robe. The former pulled the latter's sleeve and walked out. They played and bickered along the way. He, who had a huge scar on his face, looked at them for a long time. The capital of Chu was called Ying. It was the residence of the ancient kings. Naturally, it was the #1 city in the southern region. It was not as tall and majestic as Linzi City, but it was a beautiful and dreamy city. The houses were like beauties, colorful and full of colors. Looking at the flying eaves and fighting horns, jumping on the green sparrows. There was a moonlit pavilion, hanging lanterns all night. Looking at the flying dragon boat, roaming the sea of stars. Looking at the cloud dream lake from the goddess mountain. Looking at the hidden waterfall, embracing the frost horn rhinoceros. Flower carriages roamed the streets, handsome men and beautiful women danced on drums. A majestic man played the pipa, and the sound was as fierce as a war. The fiery red jurong tree was hundreds of feet tall. It was said that its history was longer than that of Chu. The shamans covered themselves with flower masks and sang the music of Chu for thousands of years. Jiang Wang had seen the world. The Hanging Temple, the 300 miles of majestic city, the supreme royal court that could fly, but there was no other city or building as magnificent as Ying City. Every detail of Ying City was blessed by inspiration, the embodiment of beauty. It could even be said that Ying City reconstructed Jiang Wang's impression of beauty. How could he describe this city with words? How could he express 1/10,000th of its magnificence? There were only a few records in history's knife chiseling the sea, but after Jiang Wang saw this city with his own eyes, it suddenly came alive. It's hard to forget after seeing it. Jiang Wang couldn't help but praise. Sitting in a luxurious carriage embroidered with jade threads, the young Duke of Chu watched him look left and right. His eyes were full of smiles. But he said, "You haven't seen anything more beautiful yet. If New Year's Eve comes, the goddess peak will be covered in fog, the frost-horn rhinoceros will cross the street, and a phoenix will fly in the sky." Jiang Wang revealed a shocked expression as if he had never seen the world before. A real phoenix? The young duke smiled proudly. Of course. Jiang Wang could only marvel. He couldn't imagine it. Speaking of which, he had spent almost all of New Year's Eve on the road these past few years. He really hadn't experienced the New Year's Eve atmosphere of any city. The only thing that left a deep impression was in the rain. Zhuo Guangshu's carriage was naturally unimpeded in Ying City. So when it was stopped, it was particularly surprising. "What's the matter?" Zhuo Guangshu's voice wasn't very mature, but it was very dignified at the moment. The coachman replied from outside the curtain, "Young Duke, it's me, your sister," a pleasant voice said. "Where have you been hiding these days?" Jiang Wang's vision blurred, and a tall woman squeezed into the carriage. She was also stunned when she saw Jiang Wang. P.S. The most difficult part of this chapter was the 148 words describing Ying City. Chapter 14:10. As soon as Chu Shunhua got into the carriage, she saw the handsome Zhuo Guangshu. The man with a gentle smile next to him also came into her sight. He was dressed in a green robe, sitting next to the young Duke of Chu, but he didn't lose to him at all. Chu Shunhua had done a lot of things like climbing into carriages and windows. Not only herself, but also Zhuo Guangshu had been used to it. But it was inevitably a little embarrassing to be seen by outsiders. After all, she was the daughter of a big family. She was a lady from a big family. The Chu family was a 1,000-year-old family, and Chu Shunhua was born in Tianjiao. How could the word embarrassing describe her? At this moment, Zhuo Guangshu was leaning against the back wall of the carriage, Jiang Wang was leaning against the window, and Chu Shunhua was leaning against the door with one hand holding the curtain. The smile on her face froze. The three of them didn't speak. Chu Shunhua was silent because of embarrassment. Zhuo Guangshu was silent because he was embarrassed and didn't know how to introduce Chu Shunhua to Jiang Wang. Friend? Sister of the Chu family? Jiang Wang was silent because he didn't know what she wanted to do by getting into the carriage, and he didn't know how she and Zhuo Guangshu usually got along. Maybe they just clapped hands and left? Just like that, the carriage fell into a strange silence. "You're here." Jiang Wang was the first to speak. He wasn't a person who liked to show off, but at least he was in front of his younger brother now. At such an awkward moment, as the elder brother, he had to support the situation, so he reluctantly and bravely spoke. Although this opening speech was a little confusing, it broke the awkward silence after all. Chu Shunhua reluctantly said, "Yes." "Chu Shunhua, right?" Jiang Wang asked. "You know me?" Chu Shunhua raised her eyebrows. It wasn't hard to guess. So far, the only girl Zhuo Guangshu had mentioned in front of him was Chu Shunhua. With little Guangshu's proud and shy temperament, he probably didn't have many good friends with girls. And the girl who could directly break into the young duke's carriage on the street must be extraordinary, whether in terms of relationship or identity. Except for Chu Shunhua, there was no one else. Jiang Wang smiled kindly. Little Guangshu always mentions you to me. This sentence seemed to break the distance between them and lighten the atmosphere in the carriage. A smile bloomed on Chu Shunhua's face. He took the opportunity to sit opposite Jiang Wang and said with a dignified smile, "How did he propose it?" Once the awkward atmosphere was gone, she sat down. This oval-faced beauty immediately revealed her dignified and noble side. She did not have stage fright at all. She was generous and appropriate. "What are you talking about?" Zhuo Guangshu asked in a fluster. Chu Shunhua turned his head. "Don't say anything." But then she remembered that Jiang Wang was present. She smiled gently and said, "Let me have a chat with Big Brother Jiang first." She had also been to the Riverview platform to watch the battle, so she naturally recognized the Yellow River champion. Not to mention, Zhuo Guangshu always told her about Jiang Wang. After thinking about it for a bit, he understood that Jiang Wang had been invited by Zhuo Guangshu to help him in the mountain and sea realm. Having seen Jiang Wang fight with her own eyes, she was naturally happy to see this. But what she cared about the most was how little Guangshu talked about her behind her back. Of course, it was a good thing to mention her often, but there was still room for discussion as to how he should mention her. "He mentioned her so many times that I don't even know where to start," Jiang Wang said without blushing. One moment he said she was beautiful and generous, the next he said she was extremely talented, the next he said she was rare in the world, and the next he said she was lucky. "I've heard so much." Chu Shunhua shyly glanced at Zhuo Guangshu. "Why aren't you modest when you talk to Big Brother Jiang? You're so annoying." Zhuo Guangshu's handsome face turned red. He wanted to deny it, but after all, he was still rational. If he denied it now, he would be suspected of courting death. I also thought that this child's words were very exaggerated. It didn't seem like he was telling the truth at all. "How can there be such a person in the world?" Jiang Wang said sincerely. "After seeing Miss Chu today, I realized that he was already very modest." Well, well. Chu Shunhua, who was awe-inspiring in front of Zhuo Guangshu, lowered her head shyly. "Big Brother Jiang, you're making me embarrassed. I have a problem, that is, I can't keep my thoughts to myself." Jiang Wang gave Zhuo Guangshu a look that said, "Is your brother good to you?" and then smiled. "Okay, I'll go down and take a walk to enjoy the night view of Ing City. I'll give you two some space to have a good chat." "Hey, Big Brother Jiang, don't go," Chu Shunhua hurriedly said. "I don't have anything to do with Guangshu. I'll go after seeing him. Besides," she said with some embarrassment, "we're not married yet, so we're not a couple. We've only been engaged since we were young." Zhuo Guangshu's face turned even redder, as if blood was about to drip out. "You've been engaged since you were young, and you're in love with each other. You're such a good match." Jiang Wang smiled. "It's just a matter of time." Chu Shunhua's smile grew brighter. "Big Brother Jiang, you're Guangshu's big brother, so you're my big brother too. If you need anything in Ing City, just look for me." She looked back at Zhuo Guangshu and said, "You guys take a rest today and let Big Brother Jiang meet his family. Tomorrow, find a time to bring Big Brother Jiang to Yellow Millet Terrace. I'll arrange a welcome banquet." She pushed him again. "Did you hear that?" Only then did Zhuo Guangshu say, "Oh." Chu Shunhua called out to Jiang Wang again. "Big Brother Jiang, come for a drink tomorrow. I'll take my leave now." Then she lifted the curtain and left. She came like a sudden clap of thunder and left like a flash of lightning. She was different from the gentle and graceful ladies of aristocratic families that Jiang Wang had seen in Linzi, but she had her own romantic charm. The window was still open. Jiang Wang looked out. Chu Xuanhua's carriage was parked next to it. It was as luxurious as Zhuo Guangshu's. She lowered her body and got in. "Ah, what a good girl!" Jiang Wang praised. He looked at the departing carriage and then at Zhuo Guangshu. He looked at Zhuo Guangshu and then at the departing carriage with Chu Xuanhua. Zhuo Guangshu blushed and said angrily, "What are you looking at?" Jiang Wang chuckled but did not say anything else. The little girl was thin-skinned. If he continued to tease her, she might explode. Duke Huai Public House occupied a large area. In Ying City, where every inch of land was worth an inch of gold, just this area alone was enough to show the power of the owner of the house. A pair of red jade lions stood in front of the door, majestic and noble. Especially the eyes of the lions, which were overflowing with light as if they were alive. When the young Duke of Zhuo family returned, Duke Huai Public House opened the door directly and the guards lined up to welcome him. As soon as Jiang Wang got out of the carriage, he saw a beautiful middle-aged woman standing there elegantly. She was dressed plainly and had a dignified bearing. There was an air of nobility between her eyebrows, but it was not overbearing. Instead, she gave off a very warm and gentle feeling. Zhuo Guangshu got out of the carriage first and said obediently, "Mother, this is Jiang Wang. He's my helper, brother Jiang Xian, the current champion of the Yellow River." Xiong Jingyu turned to look at him. Jiang Wang bowed first and said, "Junior Jiang Wang greets Princess Royal of Chu." He had done his homework in advance and knew that Zhuo Guangshu's mother was the sister of the current emperor of Chu. Her title was Princess Royal Yuyun. This was the most appropriate way to address her. Looking at the tall and handsome young man with an extraordinary temperament, Xiong Jingyu's eyes were in a trance for a moment. Her eldest son was also the champion of the Yellow River, but this absent-mindedness quickly faded away. Xiong Jingyu said softly, "You and Guangshu are friends, so you can just call me Aunt. Thank you for taking care of my Guangshu in the great illusionary land, and now you've come all the way to help him." "It's nothing," Jiang Wang said modestly. "In the great illusionary land, Guangshu and I helped each other and grew together. Besides, I also yearned for the mountain sea realm. Receiving an invitation is exactly what I wanted." "How are you adapting to the mountain sea purgatory?" Xiong Jingyu asked again. Jiang Wang glanced at Zhuo Guangshu and smiled confidently. "Not bad." Zhuo Guangshu seemed to be very dissatisfied with his mother's question and shouted, "How can the helper I chose be bad?" But Xiong Jingyu ignored him and only said to Jiang Wang, "That place is too bitter. Auntie is really sorry for implicating you to suffer with me. Rest well in the residence for a few days and save your energy. Guangshu is cultivating with me. It's not hard, Aunt." Jiang Wang readily agreed. Xiong Jingyu said, "Did Guangshu tell you that his grandfather wants to see you?" "He did." Jiang Wang said, "My husband is a hero. I've admired him for a long time." Xiong Jingyu smiled slightly. She had a good impression of this neither servile nor overbearing young man. "Guangshu's grandfather is waiting for you in the study. I'll take you there." She patted Zhuo Guangshu's head. "You wait. Why didn't you ask me to be there?" Zhuo Guangshu immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. "Is there anything in the Zhuo family that I can't hear? Your grandfather wants to talk to someone. Do you think it's because of you?" Xiong Jingyu turned him around. "Go away, don't get in the way." Zhuo Guangshu understood that his mother's attitude was irreversible, but he still shouted, "It's okay to talk, but you can't let my grandfather bully people." Xiong Jingyu couldn't help but stare at him. "How old is your grandfather? Do you think he's like you children?" Zhuo Guangshu was joking. Jiang Wang inexplicably felt a little guilty. Only children want to bully people. Adults want to kill people and rob them in front of Duke Huai. If he really had any dissatisfaction, How could his small body bear it? But after all, he could only follow Xiong Jingyu, half a body's length behind, walking in the deep courtyard of Duke Huai's mansion. Jiang Wang slowly calmed his slightly nervous mood. He could probably guess why Duke Huai wanted to see him. Zhuo Guangshu's detailed explanation of flame flower burning the city had already explained a lot. Just like Master Ku Ju could find him through some kind of connection, for a big shot like Duke Huai, it wouldn't be difficult to catch the fate between him and Zhuo Guanglie. Duke Huai of Great Chu was quite arrogant. It was said that when he was young, he was also a demon. Later, when he was in a high position, he gradually began to cultivate his body and mind. Of course, he had been famous for a long time. Today, outside of the Chu country, maybe his notoriety wasn't as widespread as that of the human demon. But people who really knew him naturally wouldn't have such boring thoughts. Jiang Wang thought about Duke Huai's style of doing things in his heart, weighing his attitude when speaking. Suddenly, he heard a sentence from the front. When he left, was he in pain? This voice was too soft, as if it didn't sound. But it was real, and it appeared in Jiang Wang's ears. Jiang Wang didn't dare to look at her expression, but he could feel the pain of this question. This Princess Yuyun of Great Chu didn't say her name, but Jiang Wang certainly knew who that he was. Not so painful was probably a mother's last comfort. Thinking about it, Jiang Wang said, like a sun extinguished. He left very simply and very brilliantly. Like a sun. Xiong Jingyu murmured. She imagined such a gorgeous scene and finally felt that it was the ending Guang Lai would choose. Then she stopped. The study in front, Guang Shu's grandfather is inside. Good. I'll have to trouble Auntie to send me off. Jiang Wang bowed to her and then walked forward alone. The back of this outstanding young man, in a blue robe, was deeply imprinted in the eyes of a mother. The same head of the Yellow River, the same peerless Tianjiao, the same young and promising person, but he wasn't him. Probably because of the heaven-ascending immortal technique, Jiang Wang had a very immortal aura when he walked. But Zhuo Guanglie was brilliant and dazzling. Xiong Jingyu gently closed her eyes, and vaguely saw the back of that young man in a gorgeous flame robe, but that back didn't look back. The door of the study was open, and there were no servants waiting on him. Jiang Wang cautiously walked in, and saw a thin old man sitting behind a desk, writing something with a brush. While writing, he didn't raise his head and said, "Sit." Jiang Wang looked around, and then sat on a big chair leaning against the wall. Behind him hung a picture of 100 birds looking up to a phoenix, and on his right-hand side was a tea stool, and on the other side was another chair. The layout of the whole study could be described as simple, and there were no superfluous decorations. Duke Huai didn't mean to deliberately test Jiang Wang's temperament. He quickly put down the brush in his hand, pulled the file that he had just finished to the upper right corner of the desk, and then raised his head to look at him. After all, a person's name was like a tree's shadow. Jiang Wang subconsciously shivered, and his but unconsciously moved half of his body. Head of the Yellow River, Jiang Wang, I've been wanting to see you for a long time. Duke Huai opened his mouth with this sentence. Jiang Wang turned his head, and this time he clearly saw the face of Duke Huai of the Great Chu, bright, clean, and elegant, with a few fine lines given by time. Although he didn't look too old, people could feel that he was an elder, and his majesty was not obvious. It's my honor to be remembered by Duke Huai, Jiang Wang said politely. His respect for Zhuo Shao was not only because of his identity as Duke Huai of the Great Chu, but also because he was the grandfather of Zhuo Guanglie and Zhuo Guangshu. For the elders of friends, they should be treated as elders. Duke Huai quietly looked at him for a while, and then said, "In fact, I have some questions to ask you, but later I felt that it was unnecessary to ask. In life, no one can avoid regret. I'm no exception." He sighed. "Child, I just want to see you now." Chapter 14:11. Zhuguangshu returned to his own courtyard and sat in the pavilion for a while, then stood for a while. He didn't know how much time had passed, but he suddenly heard some movement. Turning his head, he saw Jiang Wang walking over under the guidance of a servant. "What are you talking about? You chatted for so long?" Zhuguangshu stared and asked. "We didn't talk about much." Jiang Wang smiled. "Duke Huai ordered me to perform well in the Mountain Sea territory and not embarrass the Zhou family of Great Chu." "Nonsense, my grandfather wouldn't say such things," Zhuguangshu said angrily. "Your room has been tidied up. You've worked hard these past few days. Rest first. Tomorrow I. Jiang Wang nodded solemnly. "Take me to see your wife tomorrow." "I remember." Zhuguangshu acted as if he didn't hear. He said with a straight face, "Auntie Wu, take Mr. Jiang to the guest room." He put his hands behind his back and left with his head held high. Auntie Wu was about 40 years old. Her appearance was average, but her clothes were clean and proper. Her words and actions had the dignity of an aristocratic family. She led Jiang Wang to his residence and didn't say anything along the way. After introducing Jiang Wang to the room, she said, seemingly intentionally or unintentionally, "How can there be a guest room in the heir duke's courtyard? The young duke often comes to stay in this room." Only then did Jiang Wang know that Zhuguangshu gave his master bedroom to him. He couldn't help but ask, "What about Guangshu himself?" Although it was only a bedroom, it was actually a small courtyard. The entire duke's mansion was a courtyard within another courtyard. One place was luxurious and another was luxurious. It was difficult for an average person to find their way around this mansion without living for a year or two. "In the other master bedroom," Auntie Wu said. "There are 2 master bedrooms in this courtyard. The heir duke alternates between them. He cultivates more there and reads more here." Jiang Wang now had a headache when he heard the word read. The endless content of Historical Sword Chisels the Sea had cruelly extinguished his yearning for reading. "Oh, so it's like that. If Mr. Jiang is bored, you can read. There are Confucian scriptures, Buddhist scriptures, Taoist books, and military books." Young Duke said that there is no harm. Of course, Auntie Wu didn't know Jiang Wang. She just thought that since the young duke asked her to call this guest sir, he should be knowledgeable. "Oh, okay," Jiang Wang said, "it's pretty good. There will always be people outside the courtyard. If you have any instructions, just call out." She stopped here, bowed and left. He had a good sense of propriety. Jiang Wang looked around the luxurious bedroom of the Duke of Chu's mansion. His eyes swept over some unknown instruments and paused on the bookshelf. He immediately jumped over. Then, he saw the desk. There was a bookshelf and a desk in the bedroom. "Tell me about it." She couldn't concentrate on her studies, and couldn't concentrate on her rest. It was simply a mess. Jiang Wang wanted to criticize him, but he still sat down in front of the desk first. The desk was very clean. The books that Zhuguangshu usually read and the words that he wrote must have all been put away. He didn't want him to see them. Jiang Wang glanced at it and didn't see it, so he gave up. He silently took out the storage box and rummaged through it with an expressionless face. He took out volume 16. He probably would never forget how he felt when he opened the storage box for the first time. The books that filled the box made him unable to smile for a long time. After a long time of self-comfort, he finally became numb. Jiang Wang skillfully flipped the book to the place where he read last time. He paused and suddenly thought of something. The children of famous families like Zhuguangshu had read a lot of books since they were young. That was why they had such a good temperament. Shouldn't he give Jiang Anan more responsibility? The world was so vast, and the future was so long. He couldn't let his child lose when it came to laying the foundation. Jiang Wang had the self-awareness of an elder brother and a father. He silently listed this matter as a plan and then buried his head in the book. After leaving Linzi, It had gradually become a habit to recite for 2 hours every day. These days, he had been cultivating in the purgatory of mountains and seas day and night. He really couldn't find time, so he had stopped for a long time. This also meant that he had to make up for some time to come back. This night, he memorized for 4 hours before stopping. He was dizzy from memorizing. With the strength of his spirit, this shouldn't be the case. What was memorizing a book? But the problem was that these people who wrote history books weren't willing to speak properly. The words were simple but full of meaning. One word could explain many meanings. It was impossible to understand at a glance. Emperor Qi said that he had to memorize backward fluently. How could it be just memorizing? He had to know something and have some understanding of his own. 4 hours of high-intensity non-stop thinking, understanding, and memorizing made Jiang Wang dizzy, as if he had fallen into a fog. After putting away the book, Jiang Wang sat cross-legged on the chair and began cultivating. Zhuo Guangshu said to rest well and recuperate these few days. But to Jiang Wang, being able to cultivate peacefully was already a good rest. In the distant starry sky, a wisp of spirit manifested. Jiang Wang landed in the star building. He was already very used to this kind of cultivation. He kept strengthening the star building, getting closer and clearer to his own Tao path. As long as he persevered, it would be fine. He let his brain rest for a while and leave more thinking for later cultivation. Bang 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 bang. At the bottom level of the star building, in the sealed stone prison, the Sun-High Dragon God was hitting the wall with all his might, creating a commotion that couldn't be ignored. Ever since Jiang Wang arrived at the star building, he had started to take action. He had a very strong desire to communicate with Jiang Wang. And today's actions had been going on for a long time. Jiang Wang had never bothered. Today, he directly cut off the sounds from the stone prison at the bottom level. He calmly meditated and slowly completed the cultivation of the star building. Senior Guan Yin helping him build the star building was, of course, a good thing. But if he shortened the process of building it himself, it was inevitable that he would lose control. Ever since Xingyue Plain, Jiang Wang had been making up for it. He had a more detailed and concrete grasp of his star building. Through the meticulous carving, he traced the process of building something from nothing. When he opened his eyes, the starry light in his eyes flowed and then disappeared. The sword light shone in his eyes, revealing its sharpness in an instant. Then, it sank into his eyes that were as clear as water. At the bottom of the water, the black and white yin-yang fish flashed and disappeared. Finally, it was peaceful. Perhaps he could have a chat. With this thought in mind, Jiang Wang took a step to the bottom level of the star building. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot, and a huge stone slab became transparent. This allowed the Sun-High Dragon God in the stone prison to clearly see himself at the top of the stone prison. "So I am at the bottom of your star building." This was the first sentence the Sun-High Dragon God said after such a long time. Compared to his high and mighty attitude in the past, this time, his attitude was very equal. He didn't shout "Ants" or "Ants." But Jiang Wang was obviously not satisfied with this attitude. "Looks like you haven't thought about how to talk to me." After saying this, he turned the stone slab back to its original state and left the star building. It was as if he didn't care about the Dragon God's value at all. The Sun-High Dragon God's little brother and little master were all thrown behind him. Boiling the dragon was a technical job. Jiang Wang hoped that he would not be impatient. Then, there were a few battles in the great illusionary land, followed by the research of Taoist techniques. The night passed just like that. The next day, Zhuo Guangshu came very early. He knocked on the door of the small courtyard almost as soon as Jiang Wang finished with the Eye of Qianyang. From this, it could be seen that Chu Xuanhua's words had some weight in his heart. "Why are you so early?" Jiang Wang asked even though he knew the answer. "I always come this early." Then what brings young Master Zhua here at this time? Since we have nothing to do. Zhou Guangshu hesitated for a long time before saying, "Let's go out for a walk." "I'm not idle, I'm very busy. I still have to memorize the classics, cultivate Taoist techniques, and argue about the ranking of the sword discourse platform." Jiang Wang was very talkative. "Hey, just do it." Zhou Guangshu grabbed his sleeve and pulled him out, not willing to listen to his nonsense and teasing. Jiang Wang's face was full of smiles. Okay, I'll go with you. Don't tear my clothes. This is a treasure." When Zhou Guangshu let go of his hand, he said very annoyingly, "Are you in a hurry? Do you rarely have time to go on dates? Is it because Duke Huai is strict? This won't do, I have to persuade him later. How can I stop a young man from falling in love?" The two of them got on the carriage together. Zhou Guangshu was so angry that he didn't talk to him. "Introduce me to the Golden Millet Terrace, I haven't been there yet." "Little Guangshu? Shushu. Ashu?" Jiang Wang's devilish voice entered his ears as he tried his best to tease. "Hey. Sister-in-law said that she would have a few friends with her. Who are they?" "What sister-in-law?" Zhou Guangshu couldn't hold it in any more. "Don't call her that." Jiang Wang looked innocent. "If you don't tell me, how would I know not to call her that?" Zhou Guangshu glared at him and finally said, "There's also Yi Lan and Chu Yuji." After going through thick and thin together in the mountain and sea purgatory, Jiang Wang had a clearer understanding of Zhou Guangshu's character. Zhou Guangshu also slowly got used to Jiang Wang. If there was someone on the viewing river platform who was famous in the world before going on stage, it would be Yi Lan, who was known as the #1 beauty of Chu. When the teams of the various countries were still on the viewing river platform, Chu Street was always the liveliest. Young masters from all over the world were trying to get into the Chu team. Jiang Wang had once witnessed the scene of the street being filled with people. She was so beautiful that everyone who saw her was stunned. She had the momentum of the #1 beauty in the world. Jiang Wang had indeed seen her on the world platform. Her appearance was indeed unparalleled. However, because of the appearance of Taiyu Zhenren Yi, the various countries participating in the unrestricted Tianjiao under the age of 30 didn't have a chance to show their strength. It was a pity. However, Jiang Wang didn't have the mood to get close to the #1 beauty of Chu. It was rumored that Yi Lan had an unclear relationship with the Emperor of Chu, but for some reason, she didn't enter the palace. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he didn't want to cause trouble. "Why is Yi Lan here?" Jiang Wang frowned slightly. "She and Chu Shunhua are close friends and often get together," Zhou Guangshu said casually. He probably misunderstood something and reminded, "Don't have any bad thoughts." As soon as he said this, Jiang Wang said, "If she enters the mountain and sea territory with Chu Shunhua, I don't have the confidence to beat them." Zhou Guangshu was stunned and realized that he had indeed underestimated Brother Zhang's willpower. She was the #1 beauty of Chu. Why would his first thought be to fight? Could this be the secret of Brother Zhang's rapid growth? After being stunned for a while, he reacted and said angrily, "Why did you beat Chu Shunhua?" Jiang Wang blinked and said, "After entering the mountain and sea territory, won't everyone rely on their own abilities? Isn't everyone a competitor?" He advised earnestly, "Little Guangshu, I don't want to scold you. Feelings are feelings, and the mountain and sea territory is the mountain and sea territory. Don't mix them up. Miss Chu is also a reasonable person. Everyone will compete fairly in the mountain and sea territory and continue their relationship after coming out. Isn't that great?" Zhou Guangshu thought for a while and felt that it made sense. Jiang Wang said seriously, "Later, we'll find a chance to let Yi Lan show her strength. We're definitely no match for a Shenzhou cultivator, but if we can deal with her in advance, and with the special environment of the mountain and sea territory, we might be able to make her suffer." This is a gathering of friends, Zhuguangshu said weakly. We're all here to welcome you. Jiang Wang was about to say something about fighting for first place and not being bound by emotions. Zhuguangshu continued, moreover, after breaking the lifespan limit, you can't enter the mountain and sea territory. So, Yilan won't participate. Oh, I see. Jiang Wang touched his chin and said, What about Chu Yuji? How strong is he? I'll test his strength later. When he participated in the Yellow River gathering, he learned a little about Chu Yuji. He knew that he was a cultivator born in the army, and that he also fought for his future. However, he wasn't as lucky as Wang Yiwu, who couldn't become a disciple of a war god. But that was all he knew. He didn't know Chu Yuji's specific strength, especially now that it was already the year 3920 of the Taoist calendar. He should be different from before. In the end, he still needed to test his strength with a sword. Don't test it, Zhuguangshu said weakly, we're all friends. He started to regret accepting Chu Xuanhua's invitation. Why was Brother Jiang so aggressive? Was he trying to make him leave his wife and friends? Jiang Wang said to himself, I don't know how strong Chu Xuanhua is. You said that she hid her trump card when she fought with North Xiang? Tell me, what is her trump card? Let me think about how to deal with. We're just having a meal, okay? Zhuguangshu interrupted him forcefully. The food at Yellow Millet Terrace is the best. His words finally made Jiang Wang restrain his fighting spirit. How good is it? Zhuguangshu was also happy to divert Brother Jiang's attention. He explained enthusiastically, a table of dishes is full of ups, downs, sorrows, and spicy flavors. There are such dishes? Jiang Wang was interested. Do they allow takeout? Zhuguangshu said, generally speaking, they can only be eaten in the restaurant. But it's not impossible because it's the Chu family's business. Jiang Wang nodded and patted Zhuguangshu's shoulder. Good. Zhuguangshu was a little flattered. He didn't know whether this brute meant Yellow Millet Terrace or the Chu family was good. He said carefully, Then don't do anything later, okay? If you accidentally smash the restaurant, Chu Xuanhua will be embarrassed. Then you can rest assured about me, right? Jiang Wang comforted him. I don't like to make trouble. Since you said so, you can get along well with your Chu Xuanhua later. I'll take you out for a meal, okay? Okay. Zhuguangshu agreed. Yellow Millet Terrace was one of the top restaurants in Ying City. It was said that the diners could experience a part of life with just a meal. Unfortunately, it only opened 3 tables a day, which was totally in short supply. It was only the beginning of spring, but the schedule was already at the end of the year. But since Chu Xuanhua hosted the banquet, there would be seats. Yellow Millet Terrace specially opened another table to entertain distinguished guests today. Jiang Wang followed Zhuguangshu out of the carriage and saw a high platform rising from the ground. It was surrounded by stone walls and covered a large area. They couldn't see the end of it. The carriage stopped in front of the stone step. Zhuguangshu walked in front to lead the way. Jiang Wang looked left and right, sizing up the environment around Yellow Millet Terrace. There were many shops and pedestrians. It was a bustling place. As they walked up the stairs, they saw an antique door. In front of the door, a group of people happened to be walking in. One of them heard the noise and looked back. When he saw Zhuguangshu, who was wearing a luxurious robe, he laughed. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this the child of the Zhua family? This person had double pupils and was tall and mighty. He laughed wildly. The friends who were with him all laughed. Of course, he got what he wanted. He saw Zhuguangshu's face turn red. But then a clear voice sounded. A figure in a green robe holding a sword walked up the stone steps step by step. He looked askance at Xiang Bei. His eyes were even more arrogant, disdainful, and conceited. I was wondering who it was. Isn't this my defeated opponent? North Xiang's wild laughter stopped abruptly. Of course, he recognized Jiang Wang. Of course, he would never forget this figure for the rest of his life. It was this person who, on the river viewing platform, pressed a flame flower on his face in front of the 6 emperors and the people of Tianjiao, ended his battle of the Yellow River. North Xiang stopped laughing. His friends also stopped laughing. However, Jiang Wang didn't want to let him go. He continued to walk forward. Are you outside the pavilion now? Do you have the courage to fight again? Why wouldn't I dare? North Xiang was so arrogant. Of course, he couldn't stand this. Ignoring his friend's attempts to stop him, he strode forward. Although I'm not outside the pavilion, I'll show you the bravery of the Xiang family's men. He opened his hand, and the unparalleled halberd leaped into the air. With the antique door of yellow millet terrace as the background, the mighty and majestic North Xiang leaped into the air. Facing an opponent who had crushed him head-on, he still took the initiative to attack without holding back. From this, one could see how courageous and fierce he was. Black smoke twisted around his face. His eyes were completely covered by black ghost tattoos. His muscles, which were already extremely strong, swelled up once again. His entire body grew to more than 3 meters tall. It had been half a year since the Battle of the Yellow River. North Xiang was no longer the North Xiang of the past. With the tyrannical body of seizing thieves, he held the unparalleled halberd and smashed it down furiously. The air became extremely heavy, and his elemental energy intertwined like a swamp, as if he wanted to smash the world. Who wouldn't be afraid? Who wouldn't be frightened? North Xiang's friends subconsciously scattered to the side. However, facing such a powerful young man, who was wearing a green robe, was the Battle of the Yellow River in the year 3919 of the Taoist calendar. He was the man who had crushed North Xiang head-on. 1, 2, 3. A total of 5 blazing white light sources lit up on his chest and abdomen. In an instant, his entire body was covered by the dazzling light of the divine ability. In the dazzling light of the divine ability, a long sword with a sheath was raised by a clean and powerful hand. The sheath supported the sky. Clang! Jiang Wang raised the sword with his left hand. In the state of the heavenly palace physique, he blocked North Xiang's halberd with the sheath. The sheath, which was made of divine dragon wood, blocked the crescent blade. Separated by the murderous black smoke of the tyrannical body of seizing thieves, a pair of calm eyes looked at the pair of double pupils covered by ghost tattoos. Since you haven't entered the outer tower, I've also entered the outer tower. Jiang Wang said this. He said that he wouldn't take advantage of North Xiang, and that he wanted to convince North Xiang. Then, he rose up. He forcibly resisted North Xiang, who was in the state of the tyrannical body of seizing thieves, and actually pushed him high into the sky. After experiencing the 5 divine ability light and the starlight body tempering, the situation of the physical strength of both sides had long been reversed. The tyrannical body of seizing thieves is a supernatural power of physical strength. In the outer tower, even if Jiang Wang has one more layer of the light of the 5 supernatural powers to temper his body, and he is still in the state of Tianfu physique, North Xiang is still in the lead in terms of physical strength. However, he only had the inner palace physique. Therefore, he retreated. Under the horrified gazes of his friends, he retreated in the air again and again. He rose higher and higher. Unlike his friends, who were shocked. Although North Xiang could no longer occupy the upper hand in terms of strength, which he was proud of, he still didn't have a trace of fear. How could he not know Jiang Qingyang's strength? How could he not pay attention to Jiang Qingyang's battle results? However, he still wouldn't give in. He still wanted to fight and win. How could the Xiang family retreat again? In his mind, a picture scroll was unfolded. The scroll was wrapped with dragon tattoos, and the scroll was drawn with demonic tattoos. On the demonic dragon weapon drill painting, which had been sublimated to the limit of this realm, Jiang Wang was clearly presented. From different angles and on different levels, Jiang Wang was presented in a completely different way. This was a man who was more powerful the more one understood him. The more one fought with him, the more one was amazed. That kind of innate fighting talent, when displayed in battle, was an unparalleled sense of oppression. It was like water, ever-changing. Like air everywhere. Where was his weakness? The demonic dragon weapon drill painting flashed with a clear light. In that moment of opportunity, he saw it. North Xiang's hand tightened, and the tip of the halberd lit up with a green light that represented the green blade divine ability. The veins on his arm bulged like dragons and snakes, and the Tao energy in his body was boiling, surging with his blood and roaring together. He was about to flip the halberd over and use the 8 Desolation Infinity to save the regret of the river viewing platform. However, at this moment, the halberd suddenly sank. Like a mountain, it pressed down on the halberd. The veins on North Xiang's arm were about to burst. Through the demonic dragon weapon drill painting, he could clearly see. Jiang Wang casually threw the sword, and the sheathed sword fell straight to the ground, breaking through the space and the stone steps, causing the ground to tremble. His empty left hand had already reached forward and grabbed. This grab really had the charm of a divine dragon's claw, as if he had really seen a divine dragon and had personally performed it. The divine dragon's claw reached out of the clouds and grabbed the halberd. This was the origin of the mountain-like pressure. North Xiang's 8 Desolation Infinity halberd was suppressed just like this. The timing was so clever and precise that he suspected whether the other party also had the demonic dragon weapon drill painting. Last time, was it not just the painting of the single rider breaking formation? The terrifying smoke of the tyrannical body of seizing thieves kept rising, constantly attacking the opponent, but it could not do anything to the protection of the 5 divine abilities. He had already exploded all his physical strength in an instant, but he could not shake that firm hand. That person was holding his halberd like it was a sword. The unparalleled halberd itself was also constantly exploding with power. Those were extremely minute collisions of power, but not a single one of them succeeded. This famous weapon that Xiang Longxiang had in his hand was firmly grasped by Jiang Wang. Even when they fought on the river viewing platform last time, such a thing had never happened. The gap between them had been widened. The two sides of the battle, and Zhuo Guangshu, who was watching the battle, clearly recognized this point. And those friends of North Xiang's who were traveling with him were already stunned. Since when had North Xiang, who was valiant for a time, been suppressed by his peers to such an extent that he could not even hold his weapon? Those who heard the commotion and quickly rushed over only saw that in the sky above the yellow millet platform, North Xiang, who was more than 10 feet tall and surrounded by black smoke, was holding the halberd with both hands, showing an incomparably violent and powerful posture. And Jiang Wang, who was dressed in a green robe and surrounded by the light of the divine palace, only used one hand to hold the halberd's shaft. Just like that, they were in a stalemate in midair, as if they were frozen. That majestic and burly figure surrounded by ghost fog was like a demon. That person with the 5 palaces rotating and the light of the divine palace surrounding him was like a god. This scene, which was like a confrontation between a god and a demon, made the spectators uncontrollably excited. They felt that they were evenly matched. Unfortunately, being evenly matched was just an illusion. Jiang Wang quickly tore apart this illusion. He pulled with one hand and pulled down North Xiang along with his halberd. The two were already facing each other. The god and demon were already close. Jiang Wang, who was in the state of the divine palace, was simply peerless. Who could stop him? He directly slapped North Xiang, and in front of his palm, a wisp of wind swirled into a cold and long nail. A terrifying shriek suddenly sounded, but it was restrained in front of the yellow millet platform's door. At such a moment, Jiang Wang still had the leisure to control his voice. and this killing nail instantly pierced through the protective smoke and North Xiang's unstoppable defense. What kind of killing nail was this? In the forest ocean origin world, it had killed Yen Xiao time and time again, devoured Yen Zhao's beak, and plundered the destructive power of the forest ocean origin world's ultimate dark side. It was a killing nail that was far better than when it was at the river observation platform. It had almost reached the limit of a divine power seed. It came with a murderous intent that could annihilate everything. It hovered in front of North Xiang's throat. As long as it took another step, it would be enough to break North Xiang's divine palace and kill him completely. None of the people present could save him. No one dared to shake Jiang Wang's mood at this moment. As long as he gently pushed his hand forward, North Xiang would no longer exist in this world. For a moment everyone was silent. Only the senseless wind was still blowing on the platform. Jiang Wang put away the killing nail with a flip of his hand and smiled. Today, Guangshu and I came to attend the banquet. It's not a good time to kill people. His left hand, which was wrapped in divine ability light and firmly holding the halberd, loosened. His green robe fluttered as he landed gracefully. The 5 balls of divine ability light on his chest and abdomen were extinguished one by one. It was as if he had returned from being an expert comparable to a god to a person who calmly attended the banquet. Between his movements, he was extremely elegant, and North Xiang remained in the air, dazed. His knotted muscles were still full of strength. The unparalleled halberd was still sharp and undamaged. Ghost fog still rose from his body. But he lost cleanly and without any suspense. In this battle, Jiang Wang did not use Xing Lu or his outer building strength. Even the sword he relied on to become famous was not unsheathed. Good. Very good. Among North Xiang's friends, a man in martial attire stood out. He pointed at Jiang Wang and said angrily, "You Qi man, how dare you be so presumptuous in Chu and arrogant in Ying City? Do you think there's no one in Chu?" This was a heart-wrenching argument. If Jiang Wang was not careful, he would be attacked by all the heroes in Chu. But at this moment, Dukes was stood out. This is not a problem between Qi and Chu. It's a problem between me and North Xiang. Even if North Xiang wants to, you can say it's a problem between the Zhuo family and the Xiang family. Zhuo Guangshu stepped forward and stared at him fiercely. What's your problem? This young man, who was still young and shy in Jiang Wang's eyes, finally reminded people of his noble status. He even stepped forward and stared at that man aggressively. Are you pointing at me again? That man's finger trembled unconsciously and dropped down. His face was full of unwillingness and indignation, but he did not dare to point his finger at Zhuo Guangshu again. Although he did not point at Zhuo Guangshu, and it was Zhuo Guangshu who pointed at him himself, he was not qualified to intervene in the problem between the Zhuo family and the Xiang family. He could only say stubbornly, "This Qi man is too presumptuous. Duke Zhuo, even if he is your friend, he shouldn't be in Ying City." Han Li. In the air, North Xiang had come to himself and shouted, "Don't talk nonsense. What's there to talk about when you are not as skilled as him?" He put away his matchless halberd, dissipated his mighty body of seizing thieves and landed on the ground. His double pupils turned to Jiang Wang, who was standing calmly. "I was defeated at the river viewing platform and today again. The gap between us has not narrowed, but widened. I think I've failed to live up to the time. Before God comes, I'll see you avoid him. When God comes, please give me another fight." In the battle just now, he could not use his strongest spirit power in front of Jiang Wang. It was equivalent to cutting off one of his arms. Jiang Wang, who had achieved the Tianfu Palace and established the Qing Tower, had now crushed him in all aspects. This kind of crushing attitude was far better than when he was at the river viewing platform. He knew that he was no match for Jiang Wang in the whole inner mansion and outer mansion. Only after achieving God's arrival could his spirit change qualitatively and his heavenly double Sun Polychoria be able to exert unfathomable power. Only then would he have the confidence to fight with Jiang Wang again. Whether it was Han Li's unbridled criticism or Zhuo Guangshu's bravery, Jiang Wang always smiled calmly. Only at this moment did he stop smiling. Jiang Wang was not an aggressive person. He never was. He was even willing to save face for others, no matter who they were, regardless of their status. North Xiang said, "Before God comes, I'll see you avoid him." These words were already a great concession. It meant that he completely agreed with the outcome of this battle and was willing to swallow the bitter fruit alone. What kind of person would give way to others? Subordinates would give way to Shangguan, commoners would give way to nobles, and servants would give way to their masters. With North Xiang's status, what he said today would inevitably spread out. The world would know that he was inferior to Jiang Wang from now on. Of course, he took all the blame, and Zhuo Guangshu's threat to Han Li could no longer be established. According to Jiang Wang's character, he was willing to smile back and give him a way out. But at this time he just said, "It's not impossible to give you another chance, but in the future He pointed to Zhuo Guangshu and said very seriously, "You must maintain the necessary courtesy to my brother. North Xiang, although I'm strong, I don't want to humiliate you. You must know that those who humiliate others will be humiliated by others. Before God comes, you don't have to avoid me. Just apologize to my brother." Chapter 14:12. In front of the golden millet stage, everyone is silent. With Xiang Bei's arrogant and brave character, will he apologize? After the battle, he was crushed without any suspense. Bowing to Jiang Wang is bowing to the strong and acknowledging the result of defeat. In essence, it is still an attitude of, the fist is the truth. But in terms of fist, Xiang Bei is now stronger than Zhuo Guangshu. Will he be willing to apologize to Zhuo Guangshu? If he doesn't, what will happen to Jiang Wang's, don't want to humiliate others? Just thinking about it makes people nervous. It's my fault. Han Li takes the initiative to stand up. I'm willing to. Xiang Bei reaches out to stop him. The Xiang family doesn't have the tradition of letting others take the responsibility. I'm sorry for my rudeness today, young Duke Zhuo. Even without the mighty body of seizing thief, this man is still taller and more majestic than everyone present. He salutes Zhuo Guangshu with hands folded to express his apology. Then he turns around and leaves. His friends also follow him and leave. Whether Han Li or others, angry or worried, they all acquiesce to Xiang Bei's decision after his statement. From this we can roughly see Xiang Bei's leadership. His will can be carried out by the people around him. According to what Chongxian Chu Liang once casually told Cheng Gengxing, this is the foundation of military talent. For a strong man like Xiang Bei who is good at war, his future can't be determined by his personal fighting capacity alone, just like Li Longchuan. Although he lost to Jiang Wang again and again in duels, it doesn't mean that his future is not as good as Jiang Wang's. For a cultivator of war, it is not strange to kill someone who is at a higher level when surrounded by an army. When Xiang Bei apologized, Zhuo Guangshu didn't speak. After Xiang Bei left, Zhuo Guangshu still didn't speak. When his elder brother Zhuo Guanglie was alive, he was never challenged. At one point, he thought that the world was peaceful and everyone lived in harmony. After Zhuo Guanglie died in battle, he was slowly getting used to these things, probing and challenging from all sides. Xiang Bei's rudeness today is just a microcosm. As Duke Huai's grandfather, he wouldn't use his authority to help him suppress the matters of the younger generation. He knew very well that he had to take responsibility for the current Zhuo family, just like his elder brother had done in the past. After his father died on the battlefield, His elder brother, Zhuguanglie, reignited the flames of the Zhou family and rose to prominence like a blazing sun hanging high in the sky. On this night when the sun was extinguished, he had to emit his own light. He had put in a lot of effort for this. He was facing these things now, and he would solve them sooner or later. But sometimes, he would secretly wonder what would happen if his elder brother was still here. He didn't dare to look at Jiang Wang. Looks like we won't be able to do business with this table. Right at this moment, a pleasant female voice sounded. As his voice fell, Chu Shunhua walked out. Today, she was dressed in luxurious clothes and light makeup, exuding elegance and radiance. She was different from yesterday when they had bumped into each other in the carriage. Although the fight between Jiang Wang and North Xiang was short, it was sensational enough. Of course, she noticed it. In fact, when she heard that North Xiang was invited to the table set by Han Li, she was ready to come out to welcome Zhuo Guangshu and Jiang Wang in person. But she didn't expect to bump into them so coincidentally, have a conflict, and end so quickly. After a few steps, she heard that a fight broke out, and then saw North Xiang apologizing to Zhuo Guangshu. This brother Jiang was really full of martial virtues. Jiang, who was full of martial virtues, apologized to the host. "I'm really sorry for delaying your business." "It doesn't matter." Chu Shunhua smiled. "Our Huang Liang Tai always pays the bill first and serves the dishes later. If they don't eat, I won't lose anything." Jiang Wang thought this sister-in-law was really interesting. He waved his hand and took back his long sword. A hole was left on the spot. Chu Shunhua glanced at it. Jiang Wang said awkwardly, "Well, I'll pay for it. We're all family." "Brother Jiang, what are you talking about?" Chu Shunhua smiled generously and said to Zhuo Guangshu, "Why don't you invite Brother Jiang in?" Zhuo Guangshu, who hadn't spoken for a long time, seemed to wake up from a dream. Oh. He tugged at Jiang Wang's sleeve and walked into the Huang Liang Tai. The antique wooden door didn't have any inscriptions. After crossing the threshold, there was a big stone directly opposite. Only then did the two words, Huang Liang, appear on the stone. The words were like dancing butterflies, giving one a feeling of entering a dream. It was indescribably lively and unrestrained. Behind the long stone was a small pond. It wasn't the season for lotus flowers to bloom, but there were lotus flowers in the pond. A pair of water ducks were paddling, and a few fish swam in the ripples. On both sides of the pond were elegant corridors, built around the pond and extending separately. Zhuo Guangshu walked to the left as soon as he entered the door. Jiang Wang walked behind him, silently admiring the scenery. Chu Shunhua shook his head and went forward to grab Zhuo Guangshu's hand. "It's this way." He pulled him in a different direction and walked straight to the right. Zhuo Guangshu's face immediately turned red. He struggled, but couldn't break free. "Didn't I tell you? In the future, when you come to the Huang Liang Tai, you can have a seat in this courtyard. It's specially reserved for you, and only for you. Why are you still walking around?" I forgot. "What do you remember?" Chu Shunhua complained. Then, he thought of Jiang Wang and immediately let go of his hand. He turned around and smiled like a flower. "Brother Jiang, come with us." "Oh, okay," Jiang Wang replied. Zhuo Guangshu deliberately stopped for a moment. He waited for Jiang Wang to walk over and walk side by side with them before continuing to walk forward. The three of them walked side by side along the long corridor. Although Zhuo Guangshu didn't talk much, and Chu Shunhua took good care of this brother Jiang and threw out a topic from time to time. But Lord Jiang still felt very strongly that he was superfluous, although the two young people didn't have any private words. But each other's eyes intertwined, a collision as they walked, and a knowing smile, infinite tacit understanding flowed. Jiang Wang was clearly walking with them, but he seemed to be isolated in another world. It must be an illusion. How could he have such an illusion? Just now, He was still awe-inspiring, suppressing North Xiang of Tianjiao of the Chu kingdom to stand up for his little brother. I'm De Chi's young goat, how can I be superfluous? I'm today's guest of honor. Cough! Jiang Wang looked left and right, trying to find a topic. Your golden millet terrace is so big, but you only open 3 tables a day? Zhuo Guangshu walked in the middle, and Jiang Wang walked on the left, close to the pond. Chu Shunhua walked on the right, on the other side. Her gaze first swept across Zhuo Guangshu's face, and then she explained to Brother Jiang, our golden millet dream only has 1 head chef, and the other chefs are all assistants. We're already too busy to open 3 tables a day. Moreover, pigs, dogs, cows, sheep, chickens, ducks, geese, fish, vegetables, fruits, all the ingredients are grown and raised by our own family. They're all in this golden millet terrace, and many of the environments need to be controlled by arrays. So, although the place is big, there are only so many seats to sit down and eat. It was really an eye-opener. It was the first time he heard that a restaurant had to leave space to produce ingredient. This was the Chu kingdom. Didn't the land cost money? Jiang Wang really wanted to ask how much it cost to eat here, but after thinking about it, he held back. If Chu Shunhua answered honestly, as the big brother, should he pay the bill or not? Eating someone else's banquet, not caring about the price, vulgar. The Chu clan was not inferior to the Zhuo clan at all, and was also one of the top clans of Chu. How could they be treated as vulgar? The 3 of them turned into a corridor, crossed a stone bridge, and went around a vegetable garden, chatting and laughing, until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. In front of the courtyard stood Chu Yuji, who had been waiting for a long time. This was a young man with a valiant temperament. His style of dressing was considered simple in Chu, with only a martial robe and a waist saber. He was so clean that there was not even a jade ornament on him. Brother Jiang. As soon as he saw Jiang Wang, he took the initiative to greet him. I can't forget the grace on the Riverview Terrace. I heard from Miss Chu that she and Guangshu wanted to invite you to a banquet today, so I shamelessly came to disturb you. I hope you don't mind. You have an outstanding demeanor, so you must be Chu Yuji? Jiang Wang returned the greeting enthusiastically. It is my honor to meet you today. I have also heard of your name for a long time. In front of the Yellow River's chief, who dares to use his name? Chu Yuji stepped aside. The 2 of them were polite here, flattering each other and carrying the bridal sedan chair. Finally, they had the rhythm of a normal person's greeting. Only Zhuo Guangshu silently watched Jiang Wang, afraid that he would find an excuse to throw a punch at Chu Yuji to test his skills. Let's go in and talk, Chu Shunhua said. How long are we going to talk at the door? So everyone laughed and walked into the courtyard together. There were trees in the courtyard, and caged jade birds were hanging from the treetop. The birds had jade feathers and a red crown. When they saw strangers, they softly chirped 3 times, as if they were welcoming guests. Stepping on the stone path in the courtyard, they walked into a small 2-story building. The structure was simple, but there were careful details everywhere. The color was light, but it was not cold. What is the name of this building? Jiang Wang asked. Chu Shunhua said softly, Meet me. Zhuo Guangshu's gaze was soft, but he did not say anything. Jiang Wang was stunned for a moment before he thought of the name. He could not help but look up. There was a couplet in front of the door, engraved on a wooden plaque. The words were clear and there was a sense of eloquence. Zhuo said, Spread the snow as paper, painting the rivers and mountains for thousands of miles. You said, Spring comes when one's face is blooming, a lifetime of affection is the flower. Horizontal inscription, Seeing words is like me. Jiang Wang was hit by the huge and passionate emotion in this couplet. This was a courtyard that belonged to Zhuo Guangshu alone in the Golden Millet Terrace. This was a small building that was specially built for Zhuo Guangshu. Meet me. Think of me, come to meet me. This building is mine. This couplet is mine. Every word is my heart. The romance of the children of Chu is in this couplet, in this building. Guangshu, this marriage, Big Brother will agree on your behalf. The betrothal gifts, the wedding ceremony, and the birth of a child, immediately. Jiang Wang looked at Zhuo Guangshu with the deep affection of an old father. Zhuo Guangshu felt very uncomfortable. He thought for a moment, and very considerate of his big brother's face, he transmitted his voice. Which word do you not recognize? Jiang Wang gritted his teeth and walked in. He wanted to take out the historical sword chiseling the sea from the storage box and throw it in front of Zhuo Guangshu one by one, to let this kid see Big Brother Zhang's knowledge. But after all, his sister-in-law was still beside him. As little Guangshu's maternal family, he had to be elegant, stylish, and able to support the situation. So the group entered the building. The layout of this Meet Me building was exquisite. The hall on the first floor was very spacious, without any extra decorations, only murals painted on the four walls. The murals were of spring, summer, autumn, and winter, beautiful mountains and rivers. In the couplet, there was a line painting the rivers and mountains for thousands of miles. Jiang Wang looked left and right. In the romantic and exaggerated strokes, he saw passionate expressions. In the middle of the hall, there was a wooden spiral staircase, which led to the second floor in a graceful manner. The group walked up the stairs and came to the actual dining area of this Meet Me building. The curtains on the four sides were tied up, and the view was very wide. Looking around here, one could almost see the entire scenery of the yellow millet terrace. There were rippling lotus leaves, piles of fruits, flocks of chickens and ducks, a cool breeze blew, unrestrained. What a good place! Jiang Wang praised. In the middle, there was a round table made of cold incense wood, and 5 chairs were evenly placed. They sat down one by one. Zhuo Guangshu sat next to Chu Shunhua, and Jiang Wang sat on the other side of Zhuo Guangshu. This is the best place in the yellow millet terrace. Guangshu doesn't go out often, and I often want to come here, but I can't. Today, I'm basking in Brother Zhang's glory. Chu Yuji laughed heartily, sitting on the right side of Jiang Wang. There were a total of 5 chairs, and only the seat between Chu Yuji and Chu Shunhua was empty. Of course, it was empty for the number 1 beauty of Great Chu. The 4 sides were wide, and it was a round table, so there was no distinction of priority. Chu Yuji took the initiative to talk, and Jiang Wang was not arrogant. The group sat down, and there was a harmonious atmosphere. To be able to get Brother Zhang's praise, our yellow millet terrace is famous even in Qi. Chu Shunhua said with a smile, and then ordered the waiter standing quietly at the side, "Tell the kitchen to serve the dishes." Jiang Wang looked at the empty seat and couldn't help but ask, "Isn't there another person?" "Miss Yi." Chu Shunhua smiled. "I told her the time, but she's always late, so I guess she'll be a little late today." Jiang Wang said politely out of basic courtesy, "Then there's no harm in waiting." Chu Shunhua waved his hand, indicating for the waiter to leave, and said to Jiang Wang, "Brother Jiang, you're the host today, how can we let you wait? She's late, and it's her own business, so let's treat her to some leftovers." Jiang Wang thought that Chu Shunhua and Yi Lan-er's friendship was very good. But he didn't say anything. After all, he didn't want to wait for others. He was willing to be polite, and because he was in Chu, he showed some elegance. No matter how many beauties you were, when it came to eating and drinking, the first one gets first. However, a voice, like the wind playing the strings of a zither, fell comfortably by the ear. "Who wants to eat leftovers?" When the voice first sounded, it was still downstairs, but when it fell, a beauty in a gorgeous dress had already appeared on the second floor. It was too contradictory. You seemed to be able to hear her footsteps going up the stairs, but she was already close to you. Her facial features were so perfect, without the slightest blemish. Her beauty was strong and bright, with a dazzling brilliance. Her eyes seemed to have seen you, but also seemed to have ignored you. Her gaze circled around and finally fell on Chu Shunhua. Her smile was like spring. She seemed to be angry and resentful. Aren't you afraid of ruining the reputation of Yellow Millet Terrace? P.S. This couplet was a spring festival couplet I wrote myself one year. Originally, I wanted to write a new couplet, but I thought that if I spent too much time on these words, I probably wouldn't be able to repay the debt. So I was lazy and used it. Fortunately, it was very suitable. Chapter 14-13. Chu Shunhua pointed to the empty seat next to him, motioning for Yilan to sit down. He smiled naturally and generously. No matter how bad the leftovers taste, can you still speak ill of me? If my golden millet terrace collapses, who will take care of you? Yilan snorted. Let whoever wants to believe you. She looked at Jiang Wang. I came late because I had something to deal with. Prince Jiang, please forgive me. We also just arrived. Jiang Wang smiled slightly. Yilan took 2 more steps, but she did not sit on the empty seat. Instead, she looked at Chu Yuji and smiled at him. I prefer the position where General Chu sits. Sit in the northeast, look at the southwest, and look at the clouds in the wind. Who can refuse, Miss Yi? Chu Yuji smiled and stood up with his chair. He changed seats with Yilan and helped her arrange the chair. Yilan thanked him and sat down slowly. She sat on the right side of Jiang Wang. Jiang Wang could almost smell a faint fragrance, but it only lingered for a while before dispersing, making him feel a sense of loss. But he just maintained a polite smile and nodded to this new customer. Yilan also smiled and nodded. As the host of this banquet, Chu Shunhua looked at Jiang Wang and then at Yilan and smiled. The rest of us already know each other. I don't think I need to introduce the two of you. You are both the best in the world. I think your hearts are connected. The best in the world. The most beautiful woman in the world. Of course, the best in the world was already in the outside world. The most beautiful woman was still in the Chu kingdom for the time being. At least if Jiang Wang were to judge, he would definitely not think that Yilan was the most beautiful woman in the world. Yilan glared at Chu Shunhua reproachfully. Young Master Zhang's battle record on the river viewing platform with his fists and kicks is the true #1 in the world. How am I the best in the world? It's a joke. She turned her eyes and looked at Jiang Wang. Long time no see. Prince Zhang's elegance is even better than before. Jiang Wang was stunned. It was not because Yilan was greeting him. It was not because Yilan was too beautiful. Instead, it was his usual polite greeting. Yilan had actually used it first. Fortunately, he reacted immediately and replied first. Oh? As soon as he said that, he realized that his reply was very stupid. It was not easy for the other party to continue the conversation. His mind raced as he tried to salvage the situation with a joking tone. Why don't you tell me about it? The smile on Yilan's face froze for a moment. The words of the Yellow River chieftain were very different from his performance on the river viewing platform. It was a little too frivolous. Especially with that insincere smile. He had the temperament of an old man who had been in the brothel for a long time. Zhuguangshu probably felt embarrassed again, and silently looked out of the window. Chu Shunhua had a good impression of Big Brother Jiang. He felt that Big Brother Jiang was just temporarily mesmerized by the beauty, so he lost his sense of propriety. Wasn't it normal for young people to be obsessed with beauty? Didn't little Guang Shu often speak incoherently in front of him? Therefore, he patted his horse and rushed over to save the situation. How can Big Brother Jiang's elegance be described in just a few words? The defeat of Xiang Bei on the river viewing platform, the battle with the Emperor of Hell, the decisive battle with the Yellow Shelly, which of those weren't famous games? She looked at Jiang Wang and said very sincerely, later on, I also heard that Big Brother Jiang fought the 4 great demons alone and killed them all. With this legendary battle record, you became the #1 inner mansion in history. Can you tell us about such a famous game? Jiang Wang didn't have the nerve to brag in front of so many people. This wasn't the time to show off to an Zhuo Guangshu in private. He felt even more embarrassed and said, "Well, a real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Let's look back." After saying this, he said with some sincerity, "The inner mansion stage is over. The light of the past can only stay in the past and can't shine in the stars." Well said. Chu Yuji didn't care about the undercurrent and said directly, "Don't let the clouds cover your eyes. I admire Brother Zhang's state." Yilan Air thought that this was true. If what Jiang Wang said was true, then the inner mansion stage champion of the Yellow River would not be his final destination. While they were talking, 5 young girls, each holding an exquisite wooden box, walked up the stairs. When the wooden box was opened, there was a set of cutlery inside. There were ivory chopsticks, white jade bowls, Ru-kiln porcelain plates, phoenix-patterned luminous cups. They were carefully placed in front of the 5 people who were seated. Then, they stood behind the 5 people as maids, ready to serve the dishes. Immediately after, a waiter slowly walked up the stairs, holding a dragon boat-shaped jade basin, and approached the table. Before the lid was opened, there was already fragrance. The dishes from the back kitchen of the Golden Millet Terrace had been delivered. Thus, everyone didn't say anything and waited quietly for the dishes to be served. This dragon boat-shaped jade basin gently landed in the middle of the round table, appearing very agile. Just the carving of this jade basin was enough to show its value. The maid standing beside Jiang Wang should be the head waiter of this table. She used an appropriate voice to introduce. Today's banquet is the Rising Dragon Banquet. The first dish is called Jade Dragon. The Jade Dragon is also known as the Fish Dragon. It is said to be a dragon species, but it is only a legend. However, it is true that it is extremely rich in spiritual power, and its long whiskers are also true. She reached out to open the jade lid and handed it to the waiter who brought the dishes upstairs. Speaking of which, before the lid was opened, the fragrance could already be smelled. Now that the lid was opened, there was no fragrance at all. Everyone saw that in the dragon boat-shaped jade basin, in the clear fish soup, a jade dragon fish with long whiskers and golden scales was slowly swimming. The corner of Jiang Wang's eyes twitched, and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. Who doesn't know how to cook fish? Who are you trying to fool by bringing a live fish up here? This fish is not yet cooked. The maid beside him seemed to know what the guest was thinking and softly introduced, "It is still swimming, but it is only its instincts that have been extracted, and not its life force." After saying that, she picked up a small jade hammer and lightly knocked on the fish's head. The fish skin with golden scales actually fell off and sank to the bottom of the soup, like a beauty gently undressing herself. Thus, the fresh and tender snow-white fish was exposed to everyone's sight. The fish skin had been shed, but the jade dragon was still swimming slowly along the previous trajectory. The maid scooped a small bowl of fish with a jade spoon and placed it in front of Jiang Wang. "Young master, please enjoy." The other maids also scooped fish for the guests who were serving them. Jiang Wang didn't care about the others. He scooped a spoonful and put it into his mouth. He only felt that it was smooth, tender, and fragrant. He couldn't help but swallow it. It turned out that all the fragrance was collected by the fish. Thus, it exploded on the tip of his tongue and collided with his throat. Even after swallowing the fish, his lips and teeth were still fragrant, just like the jade dragon swimming in the jade basin, the taste of the world. There was only one thought in Jiang Wang's mind. No one spoke. Everyone silently ate the fish in their bowls and waited for the maid to serve the next bowl. The jade dragon in the jade basin of the dragon boat was soon left with a skeleton with complete fish bones, but it was still swimming in the soup. This was its instinct to swim that had been extracted. Jiang Wang glanced at the jade basin of the dragon boat. He wanted to try the fish soup, But the maid who served the dishes didn't seem to have any intention of serving him. Just as he was hesitating whether he should do it himself, the maid in charge of serving had already taken back the lid and covered the jade basin of the dragon boat. She seemed to be reminding him unintentionally, "This jade dragon can't drink the soup because all the impurities are in it. This soup is low-grade." Jiang Wang thought that the low-grade soup might be tasty as well. However, the waiter who served the dishes had already taken the jade basin of the dragon boat away and went downstairs. It made him feel lost. Some people lived in luxurious houses and tall buildings, and some people didn't even cover their heads. Some people were having fun, and some people were curled up. In this world, people were different. They were born different, saw different things, encountered different things, and sought different things. Their whole lives were different. Fong Helling would often think of the way those people drank and laughed. He actually wanted to join them. He wanted to be like them, bold and indulgent. But he had always been different from them. The so-called 5 Heroes of Maple Forest was such a laughable title in the world. It wasn't awe-inspiring at all. It was very clumsy. Even in Maple Forest City, they couldn't enter the realm of transcendence. No cultivator would take a look at it. But among the outer sect disciples of Maple Forest City's Tao Academy, it was so famous. In the eyes of people like him who wanted to enter the Tao Academy, it was simply a legend. 5 of the most outstanding outer sect disciples had become sworn brothers with each other. They walked the mountains and rivers together and did justice. Perhaps in the future they would also wield the sword together. He wanted to participate in it so much. He had also imagined how awe-inspiring he would be when he drew his sword, traveled thousands of miles, and cut off the enemy's head before returning. He wanted to drink wine and sing with his brothers to his heart's content. But in this life, he couldn't. All the people who were later changed beyond recognition were not willing to change in the beginning. Blood. The blood was so bright and painful. He didn't know when it started. Everything he saw was covered in blood. No, that wasn't right. This world was blood-red to begin with. No, that wasn't right. You clearly remember when it started. Then why was it vague? Why did he forget? Why was he so cowardly? Why did he work so hard? Why? Yes, so weak. Waves of intense pain came from his chest. It was like ants crawling, like knives cutting, like flames burning. The continuous pain made Fong Helling want to fall down, curl up on the ground and hug himself. But he only stood silently with an expressionless face. In front of him was a high cliff. On the high cliff, there was a pine tree with deep root. There was a person hanging on the pine tree. His hands were tied together and hung above his head. The rope was blood-colored. The other end of the rope was stuck into the branch as if it was coexisting with the branch. This person's feet were also tied together. The blood-colored rope circled a few times and converged behind him. It was like 2 blood snakes that suddenly straightened and nailed into the high cliff. This person was fixed in the air just like that. He gritted his teeth and his eyes were wide open. His eyeballs protruded and the veins on his forehead bulged. At this time and place, it was actually very quiet. Only the wind was blowing. And Fong Helling, who stood silently, reached out his right hand and pierced through the chest of this person in front of him, pinching his heart. Hatred theurgy, spreading hatred with hatred and questioning with one's heart. Using pain to aggravate pain. This tortured and painful person in front of him didn't know that the abuser was in more pain than him. Of course, even if he knew, it wouldn't help him alleviate anything. Fong Helling had long been used to this degree of pain. He silently chewed on the information from this heart. Most of it was useless. Only 1 or 2 clues could be captured. It was like looking for crickets in the grass when he was young. This was easier than making the other party talk. The lifeless sex moon rabbit, is it the rabbit face of the 12 bone faces? Fong Helling muttered to himself. His hand slowly clenched. This heart was slowly crushed just like that. The eyes of this person who was hung were still wide open, but the divine light had dissipated. His body was already necrotic. His soul might have dissipated just like that, or he might have gone to the so-called lifeless world, who knows? Fong Helling pulled his hand back and lightly swung it. The blood on his hand splashed out, falling down the cliff in a graceful trajectory. He wasn't suited for the hatred theurgy. In fact, he didn't even have the talent to take it off. The White Bone Path's blood restoration pill had already destroyed his foundation, although his foundation was basically mediocre. He was accidentally picked up in a dying state. After his meridians were destroyed, he was reconstructed. The blood-red mansion in the Five Lords Sea was created by great power. His hatred theurgy was implanted into his body while he was still alive. He wasn't suited for it. The first demonic man had already determined that he wasn't suited for it. But what was suited for him? He was too mediocre, too useless, too useless. Even Yen Chunwei, who was at the peak of transcendent, didn't know what was suited for him. Then he could only grasp the hatred theurgy tightly. This was his only choice. Using the hatred theurgy as his name wasn't some great Tao to become strong, nor was it some terrifying perseverance, nor was it worthy of the word willpower. It was just the only hope in this life that was struggling at death's door. The only hope that he could personally take revenge. So he could only do this. He could only walk like this. Even though every time he used the hatred theurgy, he would suffer greatly from the hatred theurgy. It was as if the theurgy seed itself had spirituality, unwilling to be controlled by a piece of trash like him. Even though the price of using this theurgy was so painful that he wanted to commit suicide. He wanted to give up countless times, wanted to collapse on the ground, wanted to cry bitterly. But he didn't. In this world, no one would cover for him. No one would hold his head and say, "Then prove it to me, my son." And no one would care about his tears. Being strong was the beginning of never being weak again. He no longer lived to prove to anyone. Lifeless sect. Lifeless sect. He repeatedly chewed on this name. This sect that had developed in Yong, Reef, and Luo seemed to have first risen during the war between Zhuang Yong and Luo. With the help of the great pain caused by the war, it quickly developed. War, death, hatred. Fong Helling murmured. This sect was practically of the same origin as the White Bone Path, but they didn't believe in the White Bone evil god. Instead, they believed in the lifeless sect's ancestor who combined the God Master, the Taoist Master, and the Sect Master. The God Master was their God, the Taoist Master was their ideal, and the Sect Master was their leader. In this aspect, they were completely different from other evil sections. From the White Bone Path to the Lifeless Sect, that you too must know something, Fong Helling thought so. But at the same time, he was also very clear. It had only been slightly more than a year since the war between Zhuang Yong and Luo Feng ended. This sect was able to develop to its current scale in such a short period of time. The power behind it was definitely not something he could challenge alone. Of course, it wasn't that he didn't have an organization behind him. Even if the fortune-teller died, the evil god died, the flesh-cutting man died, and the beheading man died, and nearly half of the 9 human demons died. But this wouldn't affect anything. As long as the forgetful human demon was still around, the Valley of No Return would still be strong. But an extremely loose organization like the Valley of No Return wouldn't be able to provide him with any help. Everyone in the organization was F***king doing whatever they wanted. Don't even think about making friends. Everyone in the organization was selfish, cold, and heartless. At most, they tried their best not to kill each other under the will of the sect master. Only by giving orders from above could they unify a little bit of power. For example, the fortune-teller demon ordered him to destroy the Azure Cloud Pavilion. For example, the fortune-teller demon led the evil god Cutting Man and the rest to plot against Ubaidu. For example, everyone had to act under the sect master's orders, but among the 9 human demons, he was ranked 9th. Obviously, even if there were new human demons to fill in the gaps, his ranking wouldn't be higher. The human demons' ranking only looked at strength, not time. So why was he still so weak? I'm a good-for-nothing. I'm not a good-for-nothing. Fong Helling's eyes went crazy for a while, but he quickly calmed down. If he wanted to borrow the power of the Valley of No Return, unless the lifeless sect's tentacles reached the Chun nation. But while this group of lifeless sect members acted crazily, their higher-ups were very cautious. They didn't seem to have any intention of expanding in the short term. Then, what should he do? Fong Helling thought silently, then turned to leave. His footsteps paused. At this moment, a person stood in front of him. He didn't know when this person appeared, or how long he had been standing behind him. And he didn't notice at all. More importantly, this man stood there quietly, letting the mountain wind blow his long hair. He had appeared countless times in his nightmares. No. This man was his nightmare itself. In just a moment, Fong Helling's eyes turned blood-red, and a cold light jumped between his fingers. In the shortest time, he exploded with all the power he could, including those he had mastered and those he hadn't mastered. In the era of flying sword techniques, there was a swordsmanship named crippled. What was the crippled swordsmanship? The sky was crippled, the earth was lacking, and the people were dying. The most vicious and evil. It was to separate one's soul, cut 2 parts of the bones, cut 3 parts of the flesh, and cut 4 parts of the blood. With the body as the furnace and the life as the fire, a crippled sword was forged. This sword was born with a hole in the heavens, and when it moved, the earth cracked. It was born to kill, and it wouldn't die until it devoured all the souls. This was a taboo technique in the era of flying sword. Even Yen Chunhui, an expert who had inherited the ultimate swordsmanship, described this technique as a vicious sword. Because he struggled with his life and completed a mission that was almost impossible for him to complete with his strength, he was rewarded. Yen Chunhui reminded him that there was no way out. Fong Helling had been practicing this swordsmanship for a long time, so he could completely understand this reminder. This swordsmanship first crippled oneself, then crippled others. It was definitely a product of the narrowest and most radical period in the era of flying sword. It could even be called the legacy of the era of flying sword. But what choice did Fong Helling have? Not all the powerful techniques didn't pay so much attention to talent. Even if Yen Chunhui was willing to teach him the selfless swordsmanship, which stood at the peak of the era of flying sword, would he have the talent to learn it? Fong Helling had told himself more than once that the crippled sword technique couldn't be used easily. He was very clear about the danger of this swordsmanship. But the moment he saw this man with drooping hair, he had already activated the Abhijna and pulled out the dagger. His body was like a sheath, and a fierce sword cry resounded. He was struggling at death's door for the rest of his life, just to live for this person. At this moment, Zhang Linchuan, Zhang Linchuan, Zhang Linchuan, I'll let you know my hatred. Fong Helling had never felt so powerful before. The surging power was flowing in his body. It was as if the world was trembling. The intense pain of activating the divine power in his heart had become a different kind of motivation. His soul was trembling. Everything that he had struggled all the way was going to burn in this round. At least in this round, Zhang Linchuan. You have to look at me. In Fong Helling's blood-red eyes, he could only see that person at this moment. Then he saw. That person quietly raised his eyes and cast a look. It was just a look. It was a calm gaze that could be called gentle, but it was also distant and indifferent. He wasn't dissatisfied with this world, but this world had nothing to do with him. It was about such a look. It was like a mountain pressing down. His body was infinitely heavy. His heart was infinitely heavy. Fong Helling felt as if he was falling into an infinite abyss. He was falling forever. There was no place where he could borrow strength. He couldn't see any possibility of stopping his fall. The sharp and ferocious sword cry in his body suddenly stopped. It was clearly such a powerful force, but it couldn't echo. The power that was already boiling in his body was actually frozen and couldn't continue to rush out. It was laughably motionless in the range of explosion and annihilation. The part of his soul, bone, flesh, and blood that had been separated stopped at the separation step in embarrassment. If he took a step back, this sword would disappear. How could he be willing? If he took a step forward, this sword would be forged, but he couldn't kill it. Fong Helling could clearly feel that his body was sealed by an invisible force. That feeling! It was as if all the pores on his body were blocked. His skin itself had become a prison cell. His own body had formed a completely sealed space, trapping all the power of his remnant sword technique inside. This caused him to be unable to leave his body even though he was clearly putting his life on the line and doing everything he could. His body was still charging forward, but his strongest trump card was still trapped in his body. He was like a swordsman who had already charged at the enemy and was ready to fight to the death, but his sword was in the sheath and couldn't be pulled out. What kind of power was this? What kind of gap was this? He knew that he had been defeated, but he didn't even know how he was suppressed. Once the thought of despair was born, it couldn't be stopped and grew infinitely. He had experienced this kind of despair before. Was this Zhang Linchuan? Was this Zhang Linchuan? Fong Helling vaguely remembered that in the violent lightning, the city lord of Maplewood City, Wei Qiji, fell from the sky. And the man who was illuminated by the lightning calmly put on the white bone mask. He would never forget that at that time, he was inspired by that kind of power and admired that kind of cold power, and it was precisely this kind of cold power that exploded with a ball of lightning and took away his father. The charred corpse that fell countless times in front of him. He could never forget. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Nights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.